Welcome to the City Council's September 22nd regular City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with the City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. First, I'd like to do roll call. I would like to introduce our staff and City Council members present. Vice Mayor Drew Combs will be here in about 15 minutes. City Council Member Kat Carlton, City Council Member Betsy Nash, City Council Member Ray Mueller, staff present, our City Manager, Starla Jerome Robinson, our Interim City Attorney, Cara Silver, and our City Clerk, Judy Herron. Ms. Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and again, welcome everyone to our September 22nd regular City Council meeting. For members of the City Council, we ask that you remain on screen, engaging your own webcams and microphones. City staff will engage their webcams and microphones when making presentations, as well as addressing any questions the City Council has. For members of the public, for public comment, when we come to the item on which you wish to speak, we'll ask you to engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. At that time, we can open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at that time. And for everyone's benefit, there are two handouts available, again, on the right side of your screen. That includes the agenda and updates to the August 18th and August 25th minutes. And that concludes my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Next, are there any informational items the City Council will be pulling for discussion at the end of the meeting? Councilmember Nash?
Yes, I would like to discuss H1, the redistricting commission.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is public comment. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, this is an opportunity for our members of the public to speak on items not listed on the agenda. As a reminder, we're taking public comment in a live meeting format, and it is limited to 3 minutes per person. Anyone who wishes to provide public comment, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. Again, this is for any public comment on items not on the agenda. If you have a comment on an agenda item, please wait until that item comes up to provide your public comment. So I am seeing no hands raised for general public comment, item C. So Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item on the agenda are presentations and proclamations. At this time, we will have a certificate of recognition for John Butler. And at this time, we will be taking public comment on this. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you again, Mayor Taylor. So for any member of the public who wishes to speak on item D1, certificate of recognition for Mr. John Butler, please engage that hand feature at this time. And we can open up your microphone and you can address the City Council. So again, this is public comment for item D1. I do see one hand raised. Our first public commenter will be Fran Dean. Fran, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
I do, and you may want to reorder this. I was trying to raise my hand for public comment. If you would like to continue with this portion, which is the certificate of recognition, I would be happy to say something at another time.
So Fran, just to clarify, you have a general public comment for item C?
I have a general public comment. There is a city manager's report, but without a staff report, I wasn't certain that you would take public comment on that. And that's why I'm requesting to do it now. Or if you would prefer, I could do it when you get to I1.
Okay, yeah, so we'll wait until we get to I-1 for that comment. Even though there's no staff report, it is still an agendized item.
Fabulous. Thanks so much.
I appreciate that. Okay, seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Also, sorry, before that, Mr. Butler, if you would like to engage your webcam and microphone, you can at this time. Thank you, sir. And now, Mayor Taylor, please continue.
Thank you. This certificate of recognition is presented to John Butler in honor of your graduation from the San Mateo County Health's Lived Experience Academy, presented this day, the 22nd of September, 2020. I would like to introduce Mr. John Butler. Mr. Butler.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And thank you, Honorable City Council. I'd like to speak for a few minutes. I appreciate the recognition very much, and I'm honored because I've been a part of Menlo Park for 32 years as of December 1st, and it's the longest I've ever lived anywhere in my entire life, and it's very much my home in my community. And I've had a good life here. I'd like to comment, we're commemorating Suicide Prevention Month for the month of September. And the needs of the mental health community, the needs of people that have mental health challenges are great, especially during this time of COVID. You're all aware of the isolation, and isolation is a huge part of the mental health struggle. I am a recovering alcoholic of 17 years. I am a survivor of major depressive disorder of 30 years. And I'm also a suicide survivor, which is why this month of Suicide Prevention Month is very important to me. I know there are people in the community who are unknown probably to most that suffer with mental illness, suffer with the misery, the loneliness, the pain, the isolation that accompanies it. And they feel like I did for decades, living here in Menlo Park, unnoticed, unknown, unwanted, without hope. I'm fortunate that in my time in Menlo Park, 32 years in the same apartment, everybody can gasp, that I have had a good property owner and property management team. And in 2012, I was able to get the assistance of Section 8, the Housing Authority. And my home has been crucial to my mental health. Just as housing is such a great issue now, there are so many people with mental health challenges that are in need of housing. And I believe the statistics show that people that have housing are less likely to use the healthcare system for their needs. The expenses of their expenses they create with their mental health conditions and their health problems actually decrease when they have secure and safe housing. I have found that these years of mental health challenges, I have used alcohol and drugs to medicate myself to carry on through my pain. And I have found in the past few years a mental health community here in San Mateo County through agencies like Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, the Office of Consumer and Family Affairs, and the Office of Diversity and Equity. Consumer Family Affairs is the office that put on the Lived Experience Academy that I graduated from. And that academy was a period of 6 sessions that helped us to create our story about our mental health struggles and to create our story that leads to recovery and to do public speaking like I am right now so that people can have a greater awareness of mental health conditions, and people that are in need will have the freedom to come forward, hearing our voices and hearing our stories. They'll be able to relate to what we're saying, and they'll understand that they are accepted and they can be cared for, and their needs can be met, and they can reach recovery like myself and get beyond all the years of struggles that they have had. The mental health community has been composed of behavioral health and recovery services staff, peer support agencies such as NAMI of San Mateo, and Heart and Soul, originally of San Carlos, and other agencies that provide support for people like myself and people that are still struggling. These agencies have been a great aid and are always available. And I'd like to point out that as far as our Suicide Prevention Month, there is a calendar of events available. All the events are free. Some require Eventbrite registration, and the calendar you can find if you search Suicide Prevention Month calendar, San Mateo County. And there are links within the calendar. There are still a lot of events available this month, and some are offered through these agencies like NAMI and Heart and Soul, etc. And I hope those of you here will take advantage and look at this calendar. I am involved in presenting 2 events myself. One is tomorrow, the 23rd at 5:30 on people of color and suicide prevention. I believe that the communities of color, just as with what's going on with COVID-19, are very much overlooked in the areas of being provided with mental health care. In the case of COVID-19, are underserved in their abilities to get COVID testing. They need tech support, tech resources to register for COVID testing. They need email to get the results of COVID testing. They need cars to go out to drive up COVID testing. And just like those resources are underserved or are unavailable to them, the resources of mental health communities of color, or excuse me, of communities of color, the mental health resources are also not well provided. The statistics of suicide show that mainly the faces of white people like myself are represented in suicide stories and in recovery stories. And our event tomorrow is to show that people of color have stories of recovery, have stories of the suicide experience, and are survivors. The second event is next Tuesday, the 29th at 12 noon. It is on suicide and spirituality. It is my hope to reach out to faith communities such as I belong to, Menlo Church, New Community Church, and St. Raymond's Church, and inform them about mental health and the challenges and the resources available to faith communities. We will tell stories of how we, despite our spiritual lives, attempted to destroy ourselves and lost our connection with our spiritual God, our spiritual higher power, and yet we found ways of recovering and regaining that connection. And I'm grateful to be part of this community of mental health persons and professional staff. And I'm just thankful for all they have done. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to be before you tonight. I appreciate the honor that I'm being given. And I just thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
You're very welcome, Mr. Butler, and welcome, Vice Mayor Combs. Mr. Butler, I appreciate you telling your story to us and to the public about what you've experienced and how long you've lived here in the city of Menlo Park. And the words that have stuck to me are overlooked, underserved, unnoticed, and unknown. And you speaking those words for me will change that. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate, ever since I met you in 2017, I appreciate knowing you. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Ms. Herron, were there any other public comment on this item? I think, Mr. Butler, there were 2 people that wanted to make a public comment. So I just wanted to follow up.
Sure. I can ask anyone who is interested in speaking on our current item, D1, Certificate of Recognition for Mr. John Butler, to engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. You'll have the opportunity to open up your mic and you can address the city council at this time. So I do see a hand raised. Helen Greco. Helen, did you have a comment at this time on this item? You'd like to unmute yourself. Oh, my apologies. She just sent me a note. It is for item H1. So I see no further hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Herron.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
So we'll move on to our consent calendar, item E. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continue to a later date. So here we have our City Council meeting minutes for August 18th and August 20th. I'm sorry, August 25th, 2020. And at this time, Ms. Herron, can you call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So if any member of the public wishes to speak on item E1, exception of the City Council meeting minutes for August 18th and August 25th of 2020, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So again, any public comment on E1 regarding the minutes of August 18th and August 25th? Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Councilmember Carlton?
I actually had something that I wanted to clarify in the minutes, and I gave it to Starla, but unfortunately she said she didn't have a chance to speak to Ms. Herron to add it in. On page E1.8, F10 is where I put my notes. We approved the Finance and Audit Committee work plan, and that was as per staff's staff's trying to find the wording, I can't find it in here. Staff had said that we approved the work plan and not the parking lot items, and that was the motion. And it had in there that the City Council received clarification on staff's request for approval of the work plan and not the parking lot items, but it wasn't actually in the motion. So I just wanted to make sure that that was in the motion as was discussed, just for clarity.
And I can update the language in the motion.
Thank you. So moved. And that's including the other changes that you had on spelling and names and things like that.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the consent calendar by City Council Member Carlton and a second by City Council Member Nash. Any further City Council discussion or questions? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Council Member Carlton.
Aye.
Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is regular business with no staff presentations. This agenda heading is for routine regular business items with no staff presentation. The City Council is asked to take action on each item. And Ms. Herron, did you want to call for public comment now, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So if any member of the public has a comment on agenda items F1 through F8, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. You'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So again, this is for items F1 through F8, regular business with no staff presentations. you have a comment on any of these items, please engage that hand feature at this time. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first item is F1, adopt a resolution number 6588 to approve amendments to the salary schedule. So are there any questions from the council on this item? Councilmember Carlton?
I thought it was interesting. I didn't know that this bargaining unit, the people that we bring back from retirement to work for a period of hours, aren't represented by a bargaining unit, and we do not pay into their CalPERS. We don't pay into their retirement for these individuals. And I'm curious, I got that information from the city manager, but does that also apply to the new interim police chief? Because we brought him back from retirement, and I believe he was had a similar title. So I was just wondering, is this for administrative staff? Who does it apply to?
It applies to anyone who's currently an annuitant or receiving a pension. No benefits at all.
Okay, so does that apply to the police chief or no?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we're not paying extra into the police chief CalPERS.
Nope, no health benefits from us, no CalPERS, no vacation.
Interesting. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions on this item? Councilmember Nash? Did you want to make a motion to approve?
I was going to make a motion to approve. Yes.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Nash and a second by Council Member Carlton to adopt Resolution 6588 to approve amendments to the salary schedule as of September 19th, 2020. Any further City Council discussion or questions? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Council Member Carlton,
Aye.
Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
Council Member Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item is F2, adopt a resolution number 6589 to amend the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget to allocate carried over capital funds to capital improvement projects. Are there any questions for staff on this item?
So moved.
There.
We have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Carlton. Do we have a second? Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. So motion by City Council Member Carlton, second by Vice Mayor Combs to adopt resolution number 6589 to amend the fiscal year 2020-21 budget to allocate carryover capital funds to capital improvement plan projects. By roll call vote, Council Member Carlton.
Aye.
Council Member Mueller,
Yes.
Council Member Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Yes.
thank you, and Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is F3, review and confirm the need for continuing a local emergency. And are there any questions from the council on this item? Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. I actually already had this question answered, but I thought that it was helpful for me. And so essentially in the resolution there, it says that the termination of a local emergency should be done at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant. And so I was wondering, what is the purpose of continuing the local emergency, given that many of the practices that we need are already in place? And interim city attorney Cara Silver provided some answers, which I thought might be helpful just for the public and everyone to hear.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Cara Silver. So there are two major reasons for adopting a local emergency declaration and for continuing this declaration. And that is the first major reason is for funding purposes. The city is entitled to certain emergency funds that are administered through Cal OES. And to access some of those funds, you need to have a local emergency declaration in effect. The city has already received certain funds and is continuing to seek reimbursement of certain operating expenses, for instance, the expenses in connection with maintenance of its emergency operations center. Those are reimbursable. And so in order to get reimbursed, we need to have that emergency declaration in place. The second reason for having it in place is it gives the city manager, as the director of the operations center, the ability to make emergency orders. And the city manager has not made any recent orders, but we can certainly expect that as time goes by, there may be some additional desire or need to act nimbly, and it gives us an extra level of flexibility and ability to act quickly. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. That was great.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Are there any other questions on item F3? Do I have a motion to approve?
We have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Nash. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. So first by City Council Member Nash, second by Vice Mayor Combs to review and confirm the need for continuing the local emergency. Any further City Council discussion or question? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you. The next item is F4, amend the agreement with Black and Beech Management Consulting to develop the 2021 water rate study for Menlo Park Municipal Water. And now I'd like to open it for council discussion if there are any questions for staff. If there are no questions for staff, then I have a motion to approve.
We have a motion by City Council Member Carlton. Is there a second?
Second.
And is that Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. So we have a motion by City Council Member Carlton and a second by Vice Mayor Combs to amend the agreement with Black and Beech Management Consulting to develop the 2021 water rate study for Menlo Park Municipal Water. Any further City Council discussion or questions? Seeing none, by a roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you. The next item is F5, adopt resolution 6590, proposing to abandon Alto Lane Puglip right-of-way adjacent to 201 El Camino Real. Are there any questions or comments from the council for staff? Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. So I've had some constituents contact me and who are curious why we were abandoning Alto Lane rather than selling it. And would staff please explain that for them?
Good evening, Council. Chris Lamb, Assistant Public Works Director. Most public right-of-way that the city manages was granted or dedicated to the city, and so as such, when the city determines that public right-of-way is no longer needed or necessary, and it's essentially abandoned or vacated through this process, then there's no fees to be collected beyond the fees to evaluate the actual vacation. So the city didn't own the land in fee, so we don't collect a sale from the abandonment.
Thank you. And then the other question that's been posed in the web form comments is regarding the loss of a current public bicycle and pedestrian friendly route. And I know earlier this year I was on some emails where there was an alternative being discussed, and I was wondering if there's any comment about it. I see that Mr. Atkinson has submitted comment about this, that it would be taken up by the Planning Commission. I'm wondering if you can just give more information, and I apologize, I just saw this at 4 o'clock, so did not have a chance to follow up with you earlier on this one.
That's all right. So the route that's being referenced is an informal pathway or route. Alto Lane, the portion of Alto Lane that's being abandoned, really dead ends into a private parcel. So the route that's kind of used, I guess, occasionally is through the former Oasis property, through their parking lot to arrive at Alto Lane. So it's the city does not have any type of pedestrian access easement across those parcels. And so it's not really a defined bicycle or pedestrian route. The project itself is also going to make some pretty significant improvements along El Camino Real. So I think the existing sidewalk along El Camino is a pretty narrow 4 feet, especially for adjacent to a roadway of that size. The proposed development, I believe, widens it to 12 feet with some 4-foot tree wells. So you have ranging between 8 and 12 feet of clear space. So I think that's what would be envisioned as the path of travel.
Thank you. And then I recall, and again, apologies because I've not had a chance to pull it up, but in January, there was some discussion because the same property owner is, I believe, has the Oasis property as well, that there was going to be some informal pathway specified there. Do you know anything about this? I believe it was with the transportation staff that was on that email. And it was back in January.
So I can defer to if somebody else has a little more knowledge on that history of the project. I will let them pop on and speak. But my understanding is that there will be a sidewalk that completes a circumference around the project, including on that backside of Alto Lane, and there will be a public service easement for utilities that need to get rerouted. That may be available for public access.
Vice Mayor Combs, do you still have a question?
I'll let Ms. Nagaya go and answer that question before I chime in.
Good evening, council members. So Nikki Nagaya, Public Works Director. So I think I was just doing a quick search. I apologize, Councilmember Nash. I don't know that I have the full thread that you're referencing with potential alternatives in front of me tonight. But we can definitely look into that. As Mr. Lamb described, there is a proposal for pedestrian and bicycle access. For pedestrian access with the improved sidewalks along El Camino, and that also just wanted to just describe this action tonight is starting the abandonment process, but there are 2 additional hearings for the project overall to be considered, the 201 El Camino development proposal as well as the abandonment. And so you will get to see this in the context of the full proposal and the plans as part of your review in the October meeting if you pass the resolution tonight. So we will be back in front of you with some additional information as well.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. And so in situations of an abandonment of public right-of-way, are public entities never given any compensation for that? Is that always done just on a cost basis? Because Mr. Lamb talked about, again, like, you know, the city has no acquisition costs, but to me that's irrelevant. What's relevant is that the thing that the city in theory owns has a value in the marketplace, right? So if I pay nothing for it, it doesn't matter. If the marketplace values it as something above 0, then the fact that I own it, I should be able to get something above 0. And so I see the city attorney has come along, and so that's the question. I can't hear you. I don't know.
You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yes, that is an important question, and it does come up from time to time. As Mr. Lamb mentioned, some of the city's rights of way are owned in fee, and that means that the city owns the entire piece of the property. Other rights of way are owned in easement, and so when the city approves, say, for instance, a residential subdivision and there was no street there, sometimes then the city will acquire only an easement for the purposes of using that property for a street. And in that case, it's held in easement, and the only property right that the city has is the ability to use the surface rights for right-of-way purposes. I don't know what percentage of properties are owned in fee versus easement in Menlo Park. It depends on sort of the vintage of the subdivision and practices at the time. But this particular right-of-way, as I understand, is owned in easement. And so if we were to sell our easement right to use the property as a street, that's of no value to the property owner because they want to use it to develop a project. It's a narrow little piece of property, but they want it for a development purpose, not to use as a street. So it would have no value if we were to sell it as, excuse me, as an easement. In the case of fee-owned property, that would represent probably a change in practice, but it could be possible to start to value fee properties and try to offer them to the adjoining property owner for the appraised value. Historically, those little remnant pieces of property are not, it almost costs more than to perform an appraisal than the value of the property. But certainly, we could take a look at that, and that may have changed over time, and there may be some extra value there associated with selling a fee property.
Okay, I'll let Councilmember Mueller go.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I mean, I actually was just, if there's still points to be made on this, I encourage you guys to do it. But where I am on is that it's 14 dwelling units on a transportation corridor. I think it's what was envisioned within the specific plan. We're not approving it tonight. We're sending it to the Planning Commission, and it'll come back to us for final approval. So if we have a problem with it, still after the Planning Commission looks at it, we can hold it up then. But for tonight, I'm ready to just make a motion to move it forward, send it to the Planning Commission. So I'll make that motion now.
We'll need to take public comment first.
I actually,
Judy just
before we
informed me.
okay, yeah,
Before we
I just,
go ahead, Vice Mayor.
yeah, wonderful. And to the city attorney again, so again, doesn't the fact that we don't want to exercise our easement, isn't that something that can be monetized? So it's not that like, you know, we're selling an easement to use as a street. We can say that like, hey, we will forego our right to use it as a street, and that is something that has a monetary value. And I only ask this because you know, as I think it's quite public knowledge, right, that the city is in need of acquiring a sliver of land in connection with a large project, and I can promise you we're not going to get it from zero, and that surprises no one. And so it's just interesting that to see a scenario in which the city is on the other side of a sort of a negotiation or an engagement like that, and we're giving it away at zero. And so again, maybe that's just the way things are, but as I saw this encounter, that is what struck me.
So if I can comment on that in response, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I think the difference is that in this circumstance, so what we're trying to acquire, I believe in that other circumstance, is related to a parking lot through, not a street. So this is a street. Whereas a parking lot, that easement related to that parking lot affects the ability of that parking lot to operate and development rights associated with this. There are no development rights in this street. It's an easement that was made to access what those buildings were before. So it's the difference in what that, my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the effect of in this circumstance, there's not going to be like a net loss in value to the property or net loss in value to the city in giving it up. Whereas in the other circumstance, there arguably is. So.
To add on to that, so as a threshold matter, I see your point, and I think it is possible to monetize our property right in this situation to some extent. I don't know exactly how you would do that, but you're right, it is theoretically possible. But I think the reason why cities typically do not charge for easements in these circumstances is that when the city originally acquired the easement, it's an extraction in a way, and it was for the purpose of using it as a right of way. And if the city is no longer using it as a right of way, then the underlying property and really should revert back to the property owner. So there's sort of some residual tangential takings issues there that I think would have to be explored if we were to go down that road.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash, can I take public comment? Because I think it's just one person. Thank you. Ms. Herron?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So this was a phone request public comment. So I'm going to give the commenter a call, and I will return with the speaker. Thank you. All right, Mr. Atkinson, go right ahead. Mr. Go right ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Taylor and council members, this is Steve Atkinson. I represent the applicant. I was unable to get into the computer earlier to speak to you. I just wanted to say that I understand that an issue has been raised about access, and I think, as was discussed, that is something that can certainly be addressed and should be addressed at the Planning Commission and City Council. So that's not a reason for you not to proceed tonight. And I hope you will proceed with this procedural step. The second thing I can say is that regarding the issue of some payment to the city with respect to the abandonment, again, the issue of paying anything for abandonment of the easement has never been raised in our discussions. And I would only ask that we be treated fairly and consistently with the way the city has handled these type of abandonments in the past, when the city's interest is only an easement and not and does not own the fee. Anyway, I'm otherwise happy to respond to any questions, but I know that there was a motion on the table for approval of the resolution, and I would hope that you would proceed with that, and we can certainly address these other issues before this matter returns to you in late October. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Mayor Taylor, that does conclude public comment at this time. We can return to City Council discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. So my understanding, I appreciate very much Vice Mayor Combs's questioning. My understanding is that because the city does not own this land, it was not something that we can actually has value. But I'm actually a little bit confused now, having heard. I would like that clarified by the city attorney, please. A couple things that I wanted to point out is 20 feet is narrow, but it does seem to have some value if in fact the city owns it. And what I would question is, as Vice Mayor Combs did, if the shoe was on the other foot and the city wanted this, would we be paying for it? And that, so I would like to ask the city attorney again, just what is the value of this land to the city?
Thank you. So the land would be valued as for the public use as a right-of-way that goes 20 feet. So it doesn't go very far. The only rights that the city has in this particular piece of property is to use it as a right-of-way. So I'm sure that we could come up with an appraisal method. My sense is that it would not be a very high value. If the council wants us to pursue that, we could certainly hire an appraiser at the property owner's expense and go through that exercise. You know, appraisers do this type of work more regularly, and you know, it would be an interesting exercise.
Well, I guess what I'm curious about is, I thought that the city did not own it, and that's what I've been telling people, but I wanted an official. When I said constituents have contacted me, I actually wanted someone to say it other than me, but now I am confused. Does the city own the property?
So there are different types of property rights associated with pieces of property. There's a lease, you know, a lease right. There's an easement right. There's, yes, we own the whole property. In this particular situation, we have what is called an easement interest. And an easement allows us to use the property only for the purposes in the document. And the document says we can only use that property for street purposes, right-of-way purposes.
Okay.
So, and that's how you would value it. And I just don't think there's a lot of value for that limited ability that the city has to use the property.
Okay, because that makes sense. I do want to point out that if you look on Zillow, right next to this development are 2 properties that are each 38 feet wide and the same length as this property, and each of them are over 2 million, or Zillow estimated it over $2 million with houses on them. But it is amazing that property is quite high valued in Menlo Park. I guess the one other comment I would make is that I would like to see this where there's some restriction that if for some reason the building is not, the project does not get completed, that in fact we do not abandon the property. Perhaps there's, if that's doable legally, that it's somehow tied to the completion of the development. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can
Ms.
impose that as a condition.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Carlton and then Councilmember Mueller.
So as I listen to this conversation, I completely understand that there's a big difference between land that is currently used as parking and what we're talking about here, because parking can increase your FAR. It actually, not just the value of the parking, but it actually increases the potential value of your building. So I get that. So I looked at this as well. So I'm thinking out of the box here. It sounds like it's not going to be enough money to be worth the amount of staff time and all this going through it. Do we have to make this decision now, or could we make the abandonment part of the DA when we do the development agreement? Maybe part of the value of this could go into, if sometimes there's a percentage of BMR housing, could it increase the BMR level? Is there anything else we can do with it rather than just chasing the dollar? Because if not, I'm not 100% sure that moving forward with this for that amount of money is going to be worth the amount of effort and staff time to get there.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, so just a little bit stepping back into the law, guys. An easement is the right to cross someone else's property, okay? A public entity or a public entity, or if you're a private property owner and your property is completely surrounded by other property and it's not accessible, you can get an easement. If you're a public entity, you can get an easement to go across someone's land, in this case for a road. But the key thing to understand about that is it's the enforcement of police power to take that easement across someone else's land for a specific purpose. In this circumstance, that purpose is going away. We don't need that road anymore. And the land use that we're going to be putting to there means that road isn't necessary anymore, and we have a different purpose upon which we want to go ahead and say, okay, we don't need it anymore. We're taking the easement across your land away. When that purpose doesn't exist, you're using it this way now. It would be disingenuous for the city to say, we're going to charge you for a purpose that doesn't exist anymore to cross so that you have the right back, so that you get the right back to have your land complete. Okay? And so for me, it's like the city's purpose doesn't exist anymore. We have no right to, we're going to let our easement go. And it's almost like bad faith in the way that we deal with parties to say, okay, if we have easements we don't have a purpose for anymore, we're going to charge you to take them back. When the original thing was it was put in place to cross the land for a purpose. The second thing I'd say is we just spent millions of dollars to create with nonprofit partners to create and empower the ability to do housing creation. This is 14 housing units in our downtown. And we're letting go, all we're doing is releasing an easement that we don't have a purpose for. So that's why I don't really have a problem with it. If it goes to the planning commission and they spot something that there's some reason why we might want an easement here, that it's of some value, then for a specific city purpose, then there's a reason why the city's losing something. If you told me that the city was going to have to make an investment for people traveling a different direction because we're giving this up, then we'd have something to balance it against. But in this circumstance, all this road ever really served was parking to the back of Oasis and these buildings. And this applicant's made up the ability to have parking otherwise. So I don't see why we'd maintain it. I don't see, if we were coming to, let's imagine we were coming today and there was no easement, right? Someone else's land, there is no easement. Would we be able to enforce an easement today for this, for any purpose related to how this property is going to be used? So with that, yeah, go ahead.
Vice Mayor Combs. Okay.
Yeah, it would be great to hear a second. I don't know that if that second can be me, and I'll tell you why. So part of what concerns me is that I feel like since I've been on the Planning Commission and Council, we have not dealt with abandonment of right-of-ways in a coherent way. And so there was the abandonment at the tip of Bay and Van Buren when I was on the Planning Commission, which ultimately was approved by the council. And that was in connection with a development which has not taken place. And in fact, that land that was that public right-of-way that was abandoned was actually left to be unkept, and there was weeds growing. And so it was really sort of, and to my instance, a really egregious example of here the city abandoned land right-of-way to a property owner, and the property owner, that development has to this date has not taken place, and the property owner wasn't even keeping that land that was developed. There was another instance of, since I've been on council, where there was the proposal, which was rejected by a majority of the members of this council, to abandon a portion on Woodland, where the property owners there were planning to also provide a walkway. And this is a portion where the street is actually crumbling, and there is no sidewalk. And the property owners, as part of them taking on that right of way, was also offering to the city a walkway there, and of which, again, like I say, no walkway exists, and that was rejected by this council, and so by a majority of the members of this council. So it's hard for me to sort of tie myself around what has been a coherent approach when it comes to the abandonment of public right of ways. And so I think for me to feel comfortable, what I want to see is some sort of record of over the past maybe decade or 5 years or a couple of years of what have been the proposals of the abandonment of right-of-way. What are they? What were the circumstances, and what has happened? Because again, like I say, I don't feel that, like, again, like I was against the Van Buren Bay abandonment on the Planning Commission. I actually supported the Woodland abandonment, again, because I thought that there were going to be benefits to the neighborhood in the form of a walkway, which it was not there. And so now I'm not clear what, Councilmember Mueller say it's housing, and I guess that value outweighs a sidewalk or a crumbling street. But for me, there's just been no real coherent approach that I've seen when it comes to this issue, and that's why I have trouble sort of supporting this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Mueller, and then Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah, and Vice Mayor Combs, I have utmost respect for you, but I would suggest that with respect to the Woodland example, the reason why there was a public consistent actually with what would be happening here, there was a reason why the council rejected that, and that was because the council thought, would there be a time that there would want to be bike lanes or something else added to that roadway, such that we did not want to give up that easement yet. With respect to the Van Buren project, I wasn't on Planning Commission, I don't remember it coming to council, but typically, regardless of whether or not a developer actually has the liquidity or decides they want to sell the project. The question is, does it empower, did that abandonment empower the project such that there was not a competing interest for a public purpose from the council, from the city to maintain that easement? If it was, and I'm not, and to be candid with you, I don't know the details, so I can't argue with you on that one. I can't discuss that with you. But I do think this is actually consistent with what we saw. Well, this circumstance is consistent with Woodland, because my memory of Woodland is there was a discussion of, was there some other use that such that the city would want to maintain an easement? Where in this circumstance, there isn't another use that I'm aware of why we want to maintain this easement anymore. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton?
Yeah, I'll second the motion, but I am wondering, does it make sense, to Councilmember Nash's point, to say that we're happy to abandon this if there's going to be building? If something happens, it falls apart, it actually reverts back into a restaurant, maybe they'll want that easement. Is it appropriate to say this is abandoned contingent upon future building in the area?
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. I believe, oh, Ms. Nagaya, I think that Ms. Silver answered that question earlier, but go ahead, Ms. Nagaya.
I'm sorry, Mayor Taylor. Thank you. So just to clarify, I believe Ms. Silver did mention earlier, but we do have a condition that's proposed as part of the project approvals, that the abandonment would only proceed if it meets the if the project is approved by recommended for approval by the Planning Commission, approved by the council, and then the applicant would also need to meet a number of conditions about relocating the utilities on site prior to the abandonment being recorded. So even if the project were approved and the council took action to approve the project, there are a few staff steps that need to be met before the abandonment's officially recorded as well.
Thank you. So again, just for clarification, I wanted to make sure that that was there without us having to call that out.
Thank you.
So I second Councilmember Mueller's motion.
Councilmember Nash, did you have a follow-up comment?
I did, thank you. And that's actually just, I was wondering if Ms. Nagaya could confirm that that actually would include the project proceeding, so that we don't end up in a situation that Vice Mayor Combs just described as was happening on, I think it was Van Buren. Where anyway, so we don't have a situation where we do go through with the abandonment, they meet all those criteria, but the project doesn't actually proceed.
So yes, Councilmember Nash, that's correct. So the public hearing would be a combined hearing, so that you would see both the project approvals for the redevelopment as well as the abandonment in one action, one council meeting, one setting. The best corollary I can give off the top of my head tonight is the Station 1300 project, where their project approvals included abandonment of a portion of Dairy Lane. And we had a very similar process where a section of Dairy Lane was abandoned, but utilities had to be relocated, and we worked through with that applicant in order to make sure that all that work was done, the proper easements were recorded with all the right agencies before the abandonment of Dairy Lane was recorded. So this would follow a very similar process if it were to move forward in the Planning Commission and council hearings in October.
So would that, just given the economic environment and all right now, would that include that the project was actually built?
Yes, so the utilities physically have to be relocated and the new easements established before we record the abandonment for the project, for the section of Alto Lane in this case. So the project has to be under construction before the abandonment is recorded.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just wanted to make clear for the record the reason, I think it's really important that we not, I think it's really important in this case that we not hold up this housing project along the El Camino corridor, that we keep it moving. And that if there's an issue that comes back to us out of the planning commission related to the easement, we can deal with that. But I think it's important to keep this moving on this timeline and add this housing.
Are there any other follow-up comments or questions for staff? Okay.
So we do have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Mueller and a second by City Council Member Carlton to adopt resolution number 6590, proposing to abandon Alto Lane public right-of-way adjacent to 201 El Camino Real. There's no further City Council discussion or questions. By roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton,
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
I abstain.
Thank you. Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
and the motion passes with Vice Mayor Combs abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item on the agenda is item F6, appoint a new alternative representative to the County of Santa Clara County Community Resource Group for Stanford University. And at this time, I'd like to open this up for discussion, if there's any. I don't know who had their hand up first. Councilmember Mueller? You're on mute.
Just going to go ahead and make a motion to appoint you to the subcommittee.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash? Did you?
I was going to do the same thing, so.
Okay.
All set.
Okay.
I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Mueller and a second by City Council Member Nash to appoint Mayor Taylor to the County of Santa Clara Community Resources Group for Stanford University. Any further City Council discussion or questions? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton,
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is item F8. Well, I'm sorry, F7. F7 is to adopt a resolution 6591 authorizing the city manager to accept the MTC One Bay Area grant in the amount of $647,000 and execute program supplement agreement with Caltrans and subsequent amendments necessary for the construction of the Santa Cruz and Middle Avenue Street Rehabilitation Project. Is there any discussion from the council or questions for staff on this item? Okay, there's no discussion. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Carlton. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So we have a motion by City Council Member Carlton and a second by Mayor Taylor to adopt resolution number 6591, authorizing the city manager to accept the MTC One Bay Area grant in the amount of $647,000 and execute program supplement agreement number 017-F with Caltrans and subsequent amendments necessary for the construction of the Santa Cruz and Middle Ave Street Rehabilitation Project. Is there any further City Council discussion or questions? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton,
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is F8, Service Adaptation Update for Child Care Services. I'd like to open this up for discussion. If there are any questions for staff from the council. Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. So I was curious, in the staff report, it says that city staff is aware of several local child care programs who are actively seeking new or expanded locations. Can you just explain what that was, how that fits into the thinking, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sean Reinhardt, Director of Library and Community Services. Simply a piece of information provided to the Council just in the context of providing an update of the current status of the services. And staff had been receiving sort of inquiries or information that other childcare providers are kind of experiencing this need to find additional space. So simply a fact out there, just so the council has sort of an update on the lay of the land right now.
Thank you. Are those, if you know, are they seeking permanent space or just temporary space? Or
well, staff hasn't really gotten into that level of follow-up, you know, with those providers as to what exactly that they're seeking, and just sort of aware of, you know, a general interest out there on the part of some providers.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Combs?
If Councilmember Nash was going to follow up, I'm more than happy to let her go.
I can go ahead.
I just wanted to. Cool. Then just looking at table 1 in the staff report, right? And so, you know, there's the current max allowable 14, and I know that was sort of just increased from 12 or recently, and so the idea is that where you have 14 is allowed, that you guys will attempt to reach that number. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And so, but then like if we look at the sort of the after school program, right, the MCC after school, so the current enrollment 6, was 6 the limit, or was 12 the limit? And now it's 14. I'm just sort of like, I want to get some sense of like, you know, obviously there are capacity issues, and then obviously there are lots of families who have made a determination not to send their kids to any sort of, you know, schooling outside of their home, even if they have the option. I'm just trying to understand, like, because you know, whether we're making use of, like, you know, past wait lists and things of that nature to make sure that all of the capacity that we can handle, that we're all handling. And I'm sure it is the case, right? I'm sure this is not the first time this has come up for you, and so I certainly don't intend it that way at all. But if anything, just wanted to you know, make sure I pose that, because that's sort of one of the questions that ran through my mind as I went through the staff report.
Yeah, that's actually a great question. The prior to August 31st, under the COVID restrictions that allowed childcare programs, which includes after-school care, the limit was a stable cohort of no more than 12 children. So that was the case for the MCC after-school program. It's just under-enrolled for some of the reasons stated in the staff report, based on our informal surveys of some of the families. The staff at the MCC continue to make every effort to do outreach, contact all the folks who've been on the waiting list in the past. Another step that's being taken now is the development of a video tour of the facility. That was one element that really drove enrollment. Previously, once a month, they would actually have in-person tours of the facility. You know, a lot of parents, they really want to check out the space and the people who will be caring for their children, and that hasn't been an option during COVID. Parents aren't allowed in the building. So a video tour is another step to try to boost enrollment. However, the current trend has been that it's just a little bit under-enrolled at the MCC for the reasons stated in the report.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash, did you still have a question for Mr. Reinhardt?
Thank you. Yes, I did. And just following along on what you were talking about, has there been publicity outside the MCC to publicize that there are vacancies? Because it seems that there definitely is this push-pull between concern about having children in a congregate care, but also then, a need for it with people having to go to work. Has it been publicized out beyond the MCC community?
Yes, through the channels that we would typically use to advertise services. We have a pretty extensive list, at least within Menlo Park and the surrounding communities. So that's been one of the, I don't know if it was unexpected, but maybe slightly surprising aspects of just sort of the pandemic's effect on childcare. And that I think we anticipated that demand for enrollment would continue to be strong, and with enrollment being capped at such a lower level, that there should be no problem filling that reduced number of seats. And yet it actually has been a bit of a challenge. A number of folks, for a lot of other reasons that we maybe thought about a little bit in the early days of the pandemic, but didn't think would come to fruition, have come to fruition, and folks' life circumstances have changed, or their decision-making processes have changed. And so staff continues to do all the outreach we can, but we believe that some of these more, I don't want to call them systemic, but some of these more fundamental decision-making or changes on the part of the families is a pretty significant contributing factor based on the input we got from the families themselves, who opted not to return, even though they were on a waiting list and previously couldn't wait to get a seat in the program. So it's been interesting and a little bit unexpected how extensive that's been.
Thank you. Has there been, the report was as of September 10th. Do you have any figures since we've had almost 2 more weeks? Has it improved at all?
Slightly. There, I think, are 2 or 3 children who are on track to enter, I think 2 at MCC, 1 or 2 at CDC at this time. CDC's had a more or less steady kind of intake of new children. New children are phased into the program in steps because it takes a little bit of acclimation for the children. So not a substantial change, but at least it's moving in the right direction.
And then in looking at the budget, I was not able to find what our current, so we currently have budgeted how much for the year? Is it the 871, 812? Yeah.
No, the adopted budget surplus or deficit in that right-hand column of table 2, and all of the rows except the bottom row, you would multiply that by 4, and that would give you the adopted deficit. I believe for the CDC preschool, council adopted a budgeted subsidy on the order of 1.2 million for the fiscal year. And for MCC, I believe the adopted subsidy was 450,000 or thereabouts for the fiscal year. So what you see in the bottom row there is just a really simple calculation, just taking the Q1 figures and just multiplying them by 4, for lack of a better, more precise instrument to make a projection, because we really just don't have a clear sense of how the COVID-19 related restrictions may change, how these new trends in decision-making among families might affect enrollment. It would be very difficult to make an accurate projection based on with so much uncertainty out there. So the best we can kind of offer that's straightforward for the council to see, is just take what we know, which is the Q1 projections, and then just multiply them by 4, with that caveat that it's really just that simple of a calculation at this point.
So is there budget, what is the budgeted number is not on here then? What this council approved in the budget?
As far as the specific revenue and expenditure amounts, no, those are not reflected in this chart, except in the right-hand column, what you see there is the council adopted deficit. The difference between the council adopted revenues and expenditures, that is reflected in the right-hand column, with the exception of that bottom row, because that's just a simple Q1 times 4 calculation. Apologies if that wasn't as clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you just really quickly go through exactly what the projected is and what the adopted is?
For the full fiscal year or for the quarter?
No, just so the projected is what the current rate is that you are, that's actually what the numbers, the revenues and expenditures that are being seen now is what the projected is.
Right. You know, and maybe for the benefit of folks watching, maybe I should share a screen showing the table that we're referring to,
Yep.
and I can maybe just walk through what each column shows. Would that be helpful?
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. It looks like the city clerk has done that. I don't know if Judy, if you could maybe just zoom in a little bit on that table.
Very good idea to put it up.
Well, I can kind of see it in this. Oh, this is much better. Okay, thank you, Judy. I think that did it. So what we're looking here really is a projection for the first quarter of the fiscal year, which runs through September 30th. So that's why it's a little bit of a projection, because we haven't reached September 30th yet. But it's reasonably accurate at this point in time. So obviously the first column just lists by program, MCC preschool, MCC summer camp and after school, etc. The second column is the projected revenue through September 30th for each of those programs. So for example, the MCC preschool, at this point in time, we're projecting that we'll end the quarter with $99,794 in revenue for the first 3 months of the fiscal year. And then if you go on down the list, you see it for each program, and then the second to bottom row there that says Q1 total, that row, that just is a total of all the figures above it. And then the bottom row, annualized Q1 times 4, is just the Q1 total times 4. Just a simple projection. If we were to sustain the current level of revenue for the next 3 quarters, that's the number you would get. Are we going to hit that number? Probably not. A lot of things are going to change between now and the end of the fiscal year, but this is just to give a sense of the scale, you know, of what the first quarter looks like if it were to continue on this track. Next column, similarly, is just the projected expenditures for the current quarter ending September 30th. So in the case of MCC preschool, that's $228,400 that have been expended in this quarter. And so if you move to the next column over, projected surplus/deficit, that means there's a deficit for MCC preschool of $128,606 for this quarter. And then if you kind of follow that column all the way down through the rows, you kind of get the sum of the deficit for the current quarter of all the programs. And again, I'm at the second to bottom row there, Q1 total. So 1 quarter in the fiscal year, all the programs combined, we're running at a deficit of about $481,000. And if you were to multiply that times 4, again, a simple calculation for the full fiscal year, you would end up at that number at the bottom, which is $1.927 million. And then obviously the next column is enrollment. And then the right-hand column just compares to what the City Council adopted on June 23rd, as far as the projected, as far as the adopted deficit, because the council did adopt a deficit budget for this program, just divided by 4, so that you can kind of compare, for example, the first row where it says adopted Q1 budget surplus deficit, that number is minus $35,903. You can compare the council's adopted deficit 1 quarter of the fiscal year, which is 1 quarter, and kind of just compare it to the projected surplus and deficit in the middle column there of $128,000, right? So in this case, the deficit for the first quarter of $128,000 is a more significant deficit than the deficit that the council adopted for the fiscal year. Again, if you divide it by 4, just you are kind of comparing apples and apples there. And expenditures are likely to remain steady unless we have significant changes in staffing, because that's primarily just driven by payroll. It's a service, so it's all about people. About 80% plus the program expenditures are really just personnel costs. So it's the revenues that I think are a little bit more variable in this equation. And that could absolutely change if restrictions change, if enrollment changes, and so forth.
So this, for example, the summer camps, that's not, can you explain, the summer camps really won't be ×4, will they? Because
No, not really. I mean, and that's a drawback of a simple calculation like this. But we're talking about a relatively small number here with the summer camps. So yes, you could factor that out. But overall,
just to figure out if I'm understanding it correctly. Thank you.
Yeah, you are. That's a good catch. Summer camp doesn't run all year round.
Councilmember Nash, did you have any other questions for Mr. Reinhardt?
And why doesn't someone else go if they have any other questions, or public? I don't know if there's public comment.
I have a follow-up question, something that you talked about earlier. Just how many providers have you heard from? Just to kind of give us some background, or at least an idea of how to move forward with childcare.
I'm personally aware of 3 in the past 3 months that I just become aware that they were sort of actively seeking additional space. There could be others, but I myself am aware of 3.
And are there any other questions or comments from City Council before I go to public comment? Okay, Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item? I know we took public comment earlier, but I know we received some CCIN posts.
Yeah, we can call again for public comment on this item. So if there's any member of the public who wishes to speak on item F8, Service Adaptation Update for Child Care Services, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. Have the opportunity to open up your mic and you can address the City Council at this time. So our first speaker will be Heather Hopkins. Heather, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you can address the City Council at this time.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I'm sorry, I seem to have missed public comment earlier, but did want to follow up on the letter that I sent earlier today. A couple things. First, just to reiterate, your actual projected budget deficit that you voted on was $1.7 million. The projected deficit on this table is $1.9 million. So it's not off by quite as much as the table makes it look. I do wonder why that $1.7 million isn't on there. It would have made sense to me to put it on there, but and in addition to kind of the reasons why those numbers could be slightly inflated that I laid out in the letter, I think you're pretty on track. Secondly, in terms of making sure that enrollment is as high as possible, I mean, all childcare programs are having trouble with this right now. However, there are definitely ways to get the word out. The most important way and the primary way is for referrals through the 4 Cs of San Mateo County. 4 Cs has been outreaching to providers several times as the pandemic has been going on, and programs should be listed there if they have openings. The Bellhaven CDC is listed. The Menlo Children's Center is not listed. So that should be step number 1 if you are hoping to increase enrollment. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather, for your public comment. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Councilmember Carlton?
I will try and be brief and not preachy because I know I've said this before, but we've talked a number of times throughout the years about wanting to help with education, and this is our opportunity. I don't look at this as a cost, I look at this as an investment, and it's going to pay off immeasurably because the fact is children that go to preschool, children that have that experience are better prepared and do better in kindergarten. They do better in kindergarten, they do better in third grade, which is another major milestone. And they tend to do better in school and go off and have more doors open to them because of that education. This isn't just a place to put children. This is something that is necessary for their education. And I just can't emphasize enough how important I think this is, that this is not money that we're spending. This is an investment in our people and our residents. And it's the one part of the education that we can at least here directly influence. And if you're looking for motion, I'm happy to move that we approve it.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. I have a follow-up question, and this item was just more informational. This is, or do we have the ability to give direction to staff on this? Just thinking about the fact that the MCC Child Care Center is not on the 4Cs referral website. So can we make a recommendation that that does happen? Then, Ms. Silver?
Yes, certainly. It's agendized for discussion. You can make a series of recommendations. Staff is not specifically asking for a recommendation at this time, but you're free to do so.
Okay, thank you. And then I also just want to support, echo what Councilmember Carlton stated. I believe that education is an investment, and the younger we begin, which is why we received the Big Lift grant. I am not a supporter of privatizing childcare. I don't see anything wrong with the facility. It's possible that we need to, down the line, think about something that South San Francisco does, and that's a childcare impact fee, so that we can figure out how we can continuously provide this service. Childcare is an essential service. And the other piece to think about is that we also employ people, not just providing the service, and they're one of the lowest waged workers. So the lowest wage for the city of Menlo Park for a side, I don't know if it's the assistant childcare worker, is around $35,000. The highest is around $70,000. So just something to keep in mind, that people who work in the field of childcare do not make a lot of money. And Mr. Reinhardt, I see you're on the screen.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. Childcare is incredibly essential to our community and to restoring our economy after post-COVID. I did want to just thank Ms. Hopkins for noticing that the MCC, for whatever reason, isn't listed on the 4Cs website. That we could take care of that right away. And I also I wanted to call upon our Administrative Services Director, Dan Jacobson, to give you some specifics about the adopted budget, just to make sure that we have on the record, since that information wasn't on the chart. So I believe Mr. Jacobson's available to speak to that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt, for introducing me. I did just want to note that while we did not include the annualized budget numbers, they are available. They are published on the OpenGov site, so they are available if you drill down to the particular programs. One of the things that this is highlighted is that we should probably call out these specifically in some of the saved views. I do just want to point out that of the programs that are on the table there, the adopted budget deficit for the full year, fiscal year 2020-21, is $871,812. So that is the full year annualized deficit for running these programs according to the budget that was adopted by council. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about those, or if not, I can hop off.
I have a follow-up question, Mr. Jacobson, and thank you for clarifying the numbers. Does this reflect any of the subsidies that the city receives from the state or from the county?
It does. So in the revenue category, it includes all grants, and it also includes the use of reserves that council adopted for the budget.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. I was just wondering if there's some easier way to go through OpenGov. I actually was on there this afternoon trying to find the numbers for childcare and was unsuccessful. So it would be great to if we can make the OpenGov a little bit easier to find some of these essential numbers or put them in the staff report would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely, duly noted. And I will take this just a moment to highlight that the Finance and Audit Committee's work plan does include understanding how the community can better digest the information that's available on OpenGov through the budgeting process. So that is part of their work plan, and we will be working on that this year.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. It's also OpenGov is our next agenda item. So at this time, I believe we had a motion. I don't know. Do we have a motion on the floor?
So
Do we need a
Mayor,
motion?
we do not need a motion. We do have direction to add MCC.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yes, so we do have that direction, but there's no actual motion or second required right now.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Heron, for clarifying.
My
And
pleasure.
at this time, we usually take our dinner break at 6:45, which is only 4 minutes away. And so we'll take our break now and be back at 7:05 to finish our remaining items.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. As a reminder for members of the City Council, please disengage your webcam and microphones and only engage your webcams when you return. Thank you. Welcome back, members of the City Council. Having all members on our virtual dais, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item on our agenda is regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I will be introducing the next item, which is G1, waive formal bid requirements and authorization, or authorize the city manager to enter into a 5-year agreement with OpenGov for financial accounting software as a service for a total of $814,700 and appropriate funds. And at this time, I would ask that following the staff presentation, the mayor will open it up to public comment. At this time, please engage that hand feature on the top right side of your screen. So when the mayor does call for public comment following the presentation, we can open up your microphones and take the comments as they have been received. Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor Taylor and members of the City Council. Dan Jacobson, Assistant Administrative Services Director. If you'll give me just a moment, I can change over the presentation here. At this time, do you see the presentation?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Dan.
Okay. So the item before you for consideration this evening is a replacement of the city's financial accounting software. So I have a few slides for you and then happy to answer any questions you have at that time. So the recommended action, as Judy just highlighted, was to waive the formal bid requirements for a purchase over $200,000. This is one of the requirements of the City Council's policy on award authority and bid requirements. And so I'll get into why that is necessary in just a little bit. The second is to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with OpenGov for financial accounting software as a service. And as part of that, appropriating funds, $127,000 and a 10% contingency would come from the general CIP fund under the IT master plan and would cover implementation. And the remaining $675,000 would be from the IT internal service fund and would cover subscription costs for the software. So I did just want to give a little bit of background. One of the things that's, as we have noticed, changing many aspects of life these days is the COVID-19 effects. And on the finance division in particular, we have noticed that there is difficulty in maintaining many of our processes that require on-premises software solutions. And that is why, as staff went to look for a replacement for the current financial accounting software, there was a preference for cloud-based solutions, which would offer staff the ability to access them from anywhere, including their homes. Another is that there are many processes that are currently very manual and labor intensive, and there are solutions that are available that are a little bit more modern than the current one that offer some automated processes that would reduce some of the staff requirements. And then one of the other major considerations as we are looking at financial accounting software is the timing of regular finance division activities. So there are two major projects that the finance division undertakes on a yearly basis. One is the financial statements, or the CAFR as it's frequently called, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Those are at the end of the financial year. So the year just ended June 30, 2020. Those statements are under preparation now. They include an annual independent audit, and the CAFR is typically issued at the end of the year. We're anticipating December this year as last year. And so that process typically takes up the summer and fall time as the books are closed and those financial statements are prepared. And then the other major process that finance undergoes on an annual basis, as we have just gone through, is the annual budget process. So this year was a little bit atypical, but in a more typical year, that would be a spring to summer activity, typically starting in around February, of course, with the City Council priorities setting the basis for those, and then the budget adoption happening in June. And so what this means is that there are a few times when financial accounting software can be implemented in terms of a go live date. And different organizations handle it differently. Some do it at the beginning of a fiscal year, which does require using two systems concurrently, the old system to prepare the financial statements, and then the new system for any ongoing ones. The preference would be to do it mid-year during a lull in the previously mentioned activities as a way to handle the financial statement preparation under a single system rather than using two systems concurrently. And so, as I mentioned before, one of the recommended actions before Council is to waive the bid requirement, given that this purchase does meet the threshold for formal bids. And back about 7 or 8 years ago, in January of 2020, staff did plan to do a request for proposal for this. It has been included in the IT master plan as a software upgrade since the IT master plan's implementation, and staff did intend to do an RFP. However, the move to work from home requirements really has changed the requirements of doing business on a day-to-day basis, and the current system makes that very difficult. It's very cumbersome, requires access to the city network through a virtual private network or a VPN connection, and it's very slow, unfortunately. And so that's why staff sought out alternatives, identified several solutions that range from sort of the top of the line, what many other government agencies are using, ones that would be a revolutionary upgrade to the current system, to some more budget-friendly alternatives, and really did try to evaluate all of those for how well they could handle the city's requirements for accounting. So that is really the time element of it, and why staff is recommending that the waiver for the purchasing is included. So I mentioned that there is an opportunity for process improvement, and I do just want to highlight one of the things one of the processes that we currently undertake. So purchase requisitions are a requirement for most of the city's purchases. Those which are $2,000 or more do require a purchase order through a purchase requisition process that covers about greater than 90% of the city's procurement needs. And what you can see on the screen here is a flow chart for that process. And as mentioned in the staff report, staff believes that these processes are fairly sound. However, under the current state with the current system that's available, this takes place in 6 systems or more, depending on what the particular procurement need is. So the section on the right is all in one system. All of the color-coded sections there are in one system, and that's the only place in the process where there's visibility to the end user. So if someone from the Public Works Department is trying to procure, say, fuel, this is the only part of the process that they can see where things are progressing, and the remainder of it is done through other systems, including things like email, DocuSign, Monday.com is what's actually shown here, but all of these they happen outside the financial accounting software system, and it's only at the very end of it, when the purchase order is created, that it goes into the accounting software. This takes about a week typically, and there's rework that's required at multiple steps. So even if that person who is requesting a fuel purchase did everything absolutely perfectly, and typically they do in this case, it still requires re-entry of the same information. And that is simply, it's time consuming and it's unnecessary and it doesn't add value. However, with a number of the systems that we looked at, a number of the solutions, this could all take place in 1 or 2 systems maximum, depending on the contract needs of it. What was entered could be moved through the system. It could use automated approvals. So all of those decision nodes that you see there that branch out, those can automatically be set up so that they're followed and don't require someone taking a look at them on a case-by-case basis to identify which path they should follow. And there's process visibility from the beginning to the end. When that user in the Public Works Department submits the request for fuel, they see where that request is at every step of the way. So this is really the main reason that staff believe that there is potential for saved personnel costs down the road. I would I would note that those are not an immediate savings. They are more of a medium-term savings and would require the new system to be implemented and fully stabilized before realizing those. But even with a greater cash cost of a new solution, and OpenGov is of course the recommended one, staff does believe that there could be a reduction in the absolute cost to the city of running the financial accounting processes. And that really is the end of my presentation. Again, I'm very happy to answer questions, but just to review, the recommended action is that City Council waive the formal bid requirements for a purchase over $200,000, authorize the city manager to execute a contract with OpenGov, which was the top rated solution that was evaluated by staff of the 6 that we looked at for financial accounting software as a service. This is different than OpenGov as mentioned before. The city does currently have a contract with OpenGov for budgeting and reporting. This is more the financial accounting portion of it. And the last piece of that is to appropriate funds, $127,000 plus a 10% contingency from general CIP and $675,000 from the IT Internal Service Fund to cover the subscription costs. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson, for the presentation. Councilmember Mueller?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself from this item. I had a professional working relationship with the founder of OpenGov for a 4-year time period, and 1 year has not passed since that. Given the amount of money involved in this transaction, I think it's appropriate that I do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller, for letting us know.
And for our City Council member Mueller, if you could disengage your webcam and microphone, and I will alert you when this item is complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that the $675 is actually a 5-year subscription, not less than that.
Yes, Councilmember Nash, that's correct. That is the $675,000 is for 5 years. It's $135,000 per year for each year.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Carlton?
I was reading something, I think it was Philadelphia, put in a program, it wasn't OpenGov, but it was something similar. And they benchmarked how long it took the staff to do something before, and then they benchmarked it 6 months after. And it was something phenomenal, like 260 hours went down to about 30 worth of work. It freed up like a whole person to do another project. I think that the thing was it cost them like an extra 10 grand to do the benchmarking. However, I don't know if I'm just throwing this out there for conversation. Sometimes it's really beneficial as whether you're a company or a government. I think it was Philadelphia, I could be wrong, but it's really helpful to be able to say, wow, we spent this much money and we saved this many hours. And you're right, sometimes it's not hard cash. Sometimes it's freeing up Nikki Nagaya or someone that we have that could be doing other great things in our city, because there's always, as we see in our CIP list, there are always more things that we want to do than we can get done. So I was just going to throw it out there. I don't know if they offer something like this, but it would be interesting just for future, being able to look back and say, was that money well spent? Great, let's do it another 5 years. But also as we look into bringing more things online, just to be able to have that information or not. It does cost money to do that, but I was just going to throw that out there for conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. I think that's a great discussion to have. Mr. Jacobson, is there anything that does benchmarking in this, in the OpenGov process or in the subscription?
I'm actually not certain whether, I don't believe that that's included in the statement of work. But it's not to say that we couldn't do that. We could either do that with current staff who could take a look at how long it takes them to do a process, and I might point to the purchase requisition process as one that has been improved substantially recently, but has a long way to go. Or potentially could bring in external folks to take a look at that. But certainly that could be done.
I was just thinking because we have a fiduciary responsibility, so it helps us better understand why we're spending this money, but it also sets us up for further decisions in a more informed way.
So I actually, I just got a message from the OpenGov rep, and they mentioned that they would be happy to do the benchmarking for free in this case.
Sorry, I muted myself there. Then let's do it. It seems like a no-brainer because I think it is really helpful to be able to illustrate to ourselves and to the residents of Menlo Park the efficacy of the programs that we're bringing in and that we're doing. And helps us strategically in the future.
I agree. And at this time, if there aren't any other questions from the council, I'm going to go to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So this will be the final call for public comment on item G1 regarding the waiving of bid requirements and authorizing the city manager to enter into a 5-year agreement with OpenGov. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Are there any other questions for staff or comments from the council? So does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move.
Thank you, City Council Member Carlton. So we have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Carlton. Do we have a second? Thank you, Council Member Nash. So with a first by City Council Member Carlton and a second by City Council Member Nash to waive the formal bid requirements and authorize the city manager to enter into a 5-year agreement with OpenGov for financial accounting software as a service for a total of $814,700 and appropriate funds. Any further City Council discussion or questions? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Carlton.
Aye.
City Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Council Member Mueller recused. And I will ask him to rejoin us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Herron. Okay, the next item under regular business is item G2. And this is, Ms. Herron, will you be doing the intro? Just looking at my notes here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. Appreciate that. So our next regular business item is item G2, which is reaffirm prior decision to acquire and install 3 air quality monitoring sensors and provide direction on use of data collected. Following the staff presentation on this item, the mayor will open it up to public comment. So at this time, for members of the public, I ask that you engage your hand feature on the top right side of your screen. And after the completion of the staff presentation, the mayor will call for public comment, and at that time, we will take them in the order received. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The item before you this evening is a request for confirmation that the City Council would like for staff to move forward with prior direction, which was to procure 3 purple air quality monitoring sensors, and then further how the City Council would like for staff to make use of the data. For those watching, just a quick background here. On September 8th, or at the September 8th City Council meeting, staff initially requested clarification on earlier direction given to purchase the monitors. At that time, we had material new information that San Mateo County SMC Labs, San Mateo County Labs, which is a division of the county, had made significant progress towards installing the air quality sensors that were allocated to the Bellhaven neighborhood. I'm pleased to report that at the urging of the City Council and in coordination with the county staff, that those monitors were installed on September 14, and they are currently collecting data. With that information, which was previously not available to the City Council when they initially made their decision on August 28th, we want to take this moment to confirm that the council would like for us to move forward with the purchase and installation of the purple air quality sensors. As noted in the report, the approximate delivery was 5 to 6 weeks. I received an update today that they're able to move that closer to probably 2 weeks. We still have the ability to cancel the order within 30 days of receipt for a 10% restocking fee, which is about $83.70. Depending on the City Council's direction on that particular item, we will work to, if the Council gives direction to continue forward with Purple Air, staff will work to identify locations north of 101, which is our understanding of the Council's direction. These would be in addition to the 3 Clarity air monitors that were installed by SMC Labs. And at this time, we don't have a cost estimate for the installation because it is dependent on power and Wi-Fi connectivity. So we would need to look at locations that have those or expand the infrastructure to provide for that. Finally, this evening, we're seeking council direction on the use of air quality monitoring data. The city currently relies on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District and the United States Environmental Protection Agency's Air Now collaboration to make announcements of public health related issues as directed by those agencies who are experts in the field. Unless directed by the City Council, we will not monitor the Clarity sensors. The county does have it's our understanding the county does have a plan to monitor the data, but and will advise us if there is a significant concern. However, we won't we do not have a plan to devote city resources to the air quality monitoring program unless directed by the City Council. So with that, I'm happy to share the open data map that is provided by Clarity through the San Mateo County Labs if you would like to see that. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros, for the presentation. Is there a way to display the open data map along with the purple air so that we can see where there aren't any monitors as of now?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I will. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Currently, it shows the staff report. Okay, let's see here. So it's SMC Labs. So if we go to this SMC Labs website, they have a section here called live air quality data. We can connect to that, and it will take us directly to the area of newly installed air quality monitor sensors for our area. So prior to the installation by SMC Labs, these 3 air quality sensors, which roughly approximate the 3 corners of the triangle, the residential triangle for the Bellhaven neighborhood, those are all new. This sensor here in East Palo Alto was existing. This one in Menlo on El Camino was also existing. And there was a relatively new one that was installed on the Bayfront area, Bayfront Expressway area. And then these 4 actually are in Redwood City unincorporated areas. So that is the the data can be pulled by monitor, shown in a plot area, so we can look at the fluctuation in air quality over a 1-day period, 1-week period, and we just have a little over a week now. So if you look at a month, you'll see that the first day for the month was 9/13. It doesn't quite have 30 days yet. So that's the data that's available. It can be downloaded by data view. So you'll get the air quality readings, air quality index readings by hour. They're reported hourly. So you'll see that information. And the user also has the opportunity or option to map multiple sensors. So we can overlay, the different sensors. So you'll see that there is some specificity based on the location. There is additional data that exists on the data is different based on where it's located. So you can add those together. The other great feature of the Clarity website is they actually allow us to map the Air Now air quality monitoring station in Redwood City, and the Air Now is a joint effort with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, as well as some other governmental agencies and private agencies to monitor air quality. So we could look to see how the Air Now sensors relate to the Kelly Park sensor in this example. So in this example, it's showing that one of the more recent readings, the air quality at Kelly Park was at a 5, index was at a 5, and at the Air Now station in Redwood City, it's 20. And if we look over here, we have the health factors related to the different levels of index, as well as recommendations on who may want to be mindful when air quality escalates or when it gets more dire. So for purple air, I do not, oops, I'm sorry, Councilmember Nash, I can't see you.
Before, just a moment, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Mueller did have his hand up earlier. So I just wanted to take comments in order.
Just wanted to clarify something that you said, Mr. Picaros, in terms of your questioning. You indicated that staff wasn't monitoring the new air monitors, but it's true, staff's not monitoring any of the air monitors. Is that right? It's not like you're monitoring the one monitor in Central Menlo Park and not the 3 plus the one on Bayfront, right?
Correct, Councilmember Mueller. We, as an employer, we are obligated to monitor Bay Area air quality as well as Air Now resources to make decisions as to whether the field is safe for our employees to work, and we do monitor those regularly. So those are areas that we do focus in on. Both the air quality management district has alerts that we receive when air quality gets to a point that requires us to take action as an employer.
Okay, and just to make sure I understand this, there's 4 air quality monitors now, 3 in Bellhaven, 1 along Bayfront, and then just 1 for the rest of the city. Is that right?
So I'm attempting to get ownership information about this monitor here. I believe it's privately held, not owned by a public agency. So this sensor, and this is the approximate location, it's not the exact location. These 3 are owned and maintained by San Mateo County Labs. And then this sensor here is again privately held, and we don't have the ownership of that. As we zoom out, air quality or clarity, as you can see, has not a tremendous number of sensors. And I would attribute that to the fact that they are less of a consumer grade product because they do cost $1,000 a year to maintain the equipment, to ensure that the equipment is working properly, as opposed to a consumer grade product like Purple Air, which you buy it once and it uploads data. There's no necessarily calibration that may occur on a regular basis, and that can be a challenge with some of the data results.
Okay, so there's 3 air monitors in Bellhaven that are of that higher grade calibrated by San Mateo County Labs on an ongoing basis. And then there's 2 other privately held air quality monitors in Menlo Park that feed into this, but no other publicly held high quality grade monitors. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm
Councilmember
trying
Nash.
to turn off the map there. Oops, one more. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Thank you. Actually, if you could, so one of the, what I wanted to point out is just as you click on some of these, the last update of data on the map is ranges from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock, depending which monitor you're looking at. So, and now it's currently 7:42. So you do have a lag in the reporting of the data, which is to be noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros, for bringing the screen up. I would like to go to public comment now, but is it possible to show the purple air?
We're forced to accept cookies these days. Let's see here. So I am not familiar with this site. I am going to see. I'll just use my.
Mr. Figueros, just go closer to where we are and it'll populate.
If you look right under the purple air monitor up on the, what's on the screen, the upper left, there's a search window where you can put in your zip code.
Sorry, I'm not seeing it readily.
Okay, there you go.
As we can see here, generally Menlo Park, there are a number of, again, these are consumer grade sensors that are collecting data. It appears as though there's one on Willow Road. That's new, if I'm not mistaken. Last time we looked at this, there was not a sensor there.
Looks like it's on Carlton.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that one of the things you want to do right now is uncheck the inside sensors box, which is at the lower left corner, so that you're only looking at outside sensors. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to go to public comment if we have any.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, I am going to call on Julie Shanson. And for any member of the public who wishes to speak on our current item, which is G2, regarding the air quality monitors, this is the time to engage that hand feature. So Julie, you are off mute at this time and able to address the City Council.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Julie.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just want to point out that as a member of the public, it's very frustrating to see how easy it is to spend money to upgrade the accounting system, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and how difficult it is to spend under 10 grand on air quality monitors. As you noted from your discussion just briefly, most, at least a good majority of the council is already familiar with purple air and knows how to navigate the website. I think that the next step is for the city to install those air monitors, because if you look at the purple air map, there are still not nearly as many data points north of 101 as there are south of 101. And so I think it's a great idea for the city to install the 3 purple air the 3 purple air monitors, and for citizens to continue to monitor air as we have been over the last at least 18 months and moving on. Please, thank you for what you're doing in terms of helping to safeguard the health and safety of residents. And please consider that when small number items take up large number time, it begs the question. It begs a question in my mind, at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie, for your comment. And again, one final call for any public comment on G2 regarding air quality monitors. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Is there any other questions or comments from council? Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, so I'm just going to note that when you look at that map, Lindenwood in Atherton only has 1 purple air monitor. Like if we were to look at that map and look by neighborhood, there are neighborhoods that we can point out that only has 1 purple air monitor. I think for me as a public servant, the map that's most important to look at is the actual air quality monitors that are monitored by a public agency, that are expensive, that are calibrated over time. And when you look at that, there are 3 in Belhaven and none in the rest of the city. I mean, if you were going to look at whether or not we've brought equity to the issue of air monitoring, we brought a higher level of standard of air monitoring to Belhaven than we have in anywhere in the city. With air monitors from the county that are calibrated by experts that are, and we don't have that anywhere else. I mean, if the city is going to look at whether or not we brought equity to this issue, we brought the highest level of equity to this issue. If we want to start going on a basis where we look like neighborhood by neighborhood, if we're going to bring an uncalibrated consumer product that based on, consumer reports isn't always accurate and you have to provide different sliding scale formulas to, that's something we can do. But I take offense candidly to the suggestion that because it's a low dollar amount, that somehow there's some implication in that. Actually, we spent the higher dollar amount already. We figured out how to bring a higher dollar amount of public money to address this issue in a way that's most equitable. The dollar amount in this case is candidly, like, I actually get concerned when you look at smaller dollar amounts and you just think, well, it's only $1,000 here or $1,000 here, because it adds up over time. $15,000 on one thing for an ideological point, $3,000 on another thing, it all starts to add up. And in this circumstance, if we're going to go look at a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, because it's really not an equity issue anymore when you're looking at the issue of air quality monitoring and the fact that we've already brought the best level and grade of air quality monitors, 3, not 1, 3 to one neighborhood, then none to the rest of the city. Now, if we're going to do that, then maybe we should look at every neighborhood in the city and say, well, what's the purple air? Like, should we go over to Atherton and say, well, Belhaven only has 1, you only have 1? It's a consumer product. It's not a government product. But that being said, if the council wants to go forward tonight on these 3 air quality monitors, I'll do it, but I don't think it's good public policy. And I don't even think it's, I don't think it's furthering equity. We've already, with respect to what a government agency has done, brought forward the very best in government agency air quality monitors, and not 1, but 3. And if you look at the map, you can see that doesn't exist anywhere else. So, thank you.
Councilmember Nash?
So I guess I'm looking at how, when I personally use air quality monitors, I use them. And typically what I do is I'm checking monitors for, because I'm going for a walk or I'm going to be traveling somewhere. And one of the current drawbacks with the Clarity air monitors, while they are definitely more scientifically rigorous, is that you cannot currently, if you want to travel to Belhaven and take a walk at Bayfront or whatever, you go to the air quality monitor map for Clarity, but it doesn't tell you anywhere else in the city or anywhere else you might really want to visit or travel to. So you've got sort of one map with Clarity monitors and another map with purple air monitors. And so I actually would I recommend proceeding with the purple air monitors. At some point when all the monitors are cross-referenced on a map, then we can consider taking those purple air monitors and moving them somewhere else, since those are easily moved. But at this point, I think from the utility purpose, to have the two different maps is actually not, it's beneficial to have these high quality air monitors, but it's because they're not on the widely used map where you can get information about other parts of the region, they are less useful at the moment. I imagine that will be fixed at some point, and that I know that I think it is the Bay Area Air Quality Monitor has a map where they're now starting to look at using purple air on their maps for exactly that reason. But I guess to me, I would say we should proceed, and because we do not have air quality monitors in Belhaven and the District 1 area right now, and I think that that is something that's lacking for people who use them when they are moving about the city.
Councilmember Carlton.
I'm sorry, I have a question for Mr. Figueroa.
Yes.
The professional grade accurate air monitors that we have installed in Belhaven, are they not installed throughout the city? I thought we did have some throughout the city.
Councilmember Carlton, I'm not sure that I understand the question. There are currently in the city of Menlo Park only 4 sensors on the Clarity platform, none operated by the EPA and none operated by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, to the best of my knowledge. There are, however, a number of purple air monitors that folks have purchased and have.
Well, I mean, we've all read the consumer reports. Well, I don't know if we all have. I've looked into it. And purple air, they're cute. They're really good to look at if you want a ballpark of what's going on outside when you determine whether or not you're going to go for a bicycle ride or not. But as you have said repeatedly, they're consumer grade items, and I get concerned. I agree with Councilmember Nash that it would be much more, it's more appropriate for a government to be able to let their people know, if it's a matter of equity, that they can ride their bicycle from one end of town or another, and that we have accurate ability to tell people if the air is clean. Now, what is the current regulators say that are looking into the clean air? Is it Bosca that does the reporting?
The Bay Area Air Quality Management District?
Yes. Do they do the reporting for us?
When you say reporting, what are you referencing?
I mean, if I want to know if I can ride my bicycle to go visit Mayor Taylor, can I go on that website and have an accurate report on what the air quality is?
I do know, and I can pull it up here in a second, that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District does have a aggregated site. And if you'll give me one moment, I'll pull it up, which will give us more data, as Councilmember Nash was mentioning.
Because to Councilmember Mueller's point, we have good, solid, professional, reliable air quality monitors now in one side of Menlo Park. It does make sense that we should have the reliable monitors throughout. I don't really understand why we're putting the consumer grade things in. It's like $1,000. I mean, I'm kind of surprised we're even spending this much time on it, but nonetheless, the bigger subject for me is making sure that people actually have an accurate reading for decisions that they make with their health. And I'm concerned that it's a piecemeal thing now. And to be honest with you, I don't really trust Purple Air. It seems kind of hodgepodgey. And when I was looking at it before, when the sky was orange, it would there was a lot of variance that made me worry about how accurate they really were. So if we're really going to do this, should we be looking at how we do provide the service of having a one-stop place where people can go and reliably know what's going on with the air quality? Does BOSCA have that available?
Yeah, Councilmember Carlton, what I'm showing, I believe, can you see my screen? I know it's probably too small here. No, you cannot see?
We can see your screen, but it is a little small.
It's small, okay. Let's see here, let's increase this. So in the digest, City Council digest for the 22nd, our public engagement manager forwarded me this link, which talks through what the Bay Area Air Quality Management District has collected, and also talks about the different types of air quality monitors. You'll see here that the district maintains 17 stationary monitors. And then as you go further down, there are links to the Purple Air data. They're updated to Councilmember Nash's comment. They're updated every 10 minutes. And then Clarity Open Map has data as well. So this is a resource for residents if they're interested in gathering and evaluating the different resources that are available. And Air Now, I believe, is the, if I'm using the right map here.
As we go through this, how much is it going to cost to install them? Do you know?
Well, that's the sort of wild card in all of this. It depends really if there is like, for example, one of the requests was to have a monitor installed at Bedwell Bayfront Park. There isn't one. There is not a Clarity monitor there currently, and the real question is, do we have the utilities there to site it in a appropriate location?
And how does it get Wi-Fi?
So the Clarity monitors use a wireless Wi-Fi, so that's generally a data plan. So you'll see here on the Air Now website, they have a variety of sensor data points. I don't know why they characterize, this is probably a Purple Air. It's a provider Purple Air, and they feel it necessary to stipulate this is a low-cost sensor. I think that speaks to the Air Quality Management District's concern that as the Purple Air monitors age, if they're not maintained, they can become less reliable, which is a benefit of the Clarity monitors, and why I understand the county has selected the Clarity monitors, because they do regular testing and the equipment is replaced if for some reason it gets damaged, whether it be by weather, by malicious activity, or just age. You know, things just stop.
I guess what it comes down to is I'll let Councilmember Mueller go.
Councilmember Mueller.
was just looking for a point of clarity because Mr. Garros, I thought in that screen that you just raised up, did I read that Clarity collects information every 5 to 15 minutes? You could go back to the screen that showed, I believe it said the Clarity Air monitors are every 5 to 15 minutes.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I guess my point is that I really don't see why we're putting up purple air when they're not reliable. They're toys. They're nice to have. The professional air quality people themselves even put kind of warnings on there. If we're going to do this, we should do them right. Otherwise, we should let Bosca or even direct Bosca to maybe do things differently to better suit our needs. If everybody wants to do it, it doesn't strike me as being a lot of money. How much is the maintenance? How much is the Wi-Fi? You know, I'm just wondering why we're really doing this. If we're already using tax dollars to pay a Joint Powers Authority to do this, aren't we double paying for something that should really be done professionally? And I'm just worried about leaving this at a reliable professional level.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, my vote would be in favor of giving staff direction to cancel the purple air order. Of course, I expressed some skepticism about this project initially. If we go back to the initial discussion about the air quality in connection with specifically Bellhaven, some of the concern was connected to this idea of the proximity to the freeway, right? And I think that was some of the reasoning initially expressed with regards to trying to get some indication of the air quality in that specific section of the city. Now we're talking about sort of people being able to ride their bikes across the city and know like what the air is going to be at every point. And so I feel that, like, again, the goalposts of what we're trying to achieve are being moved, and this is especially concerning because this is not, you know, an area of expertise for the city. Again, at the moment, the city does not itself run any sort of air monitoring systems, and so if we're going to like sort of then get into that business and say that this is a service that we are going to provide to our residents, us directly, right, then I think that there needs to be a holistic discussion about that, right, and looking across the city. But I don't know what's accomplished by getting the city again into this business in this ad hoc way of buying, you know, again a product of you know whose durability and accuracy is in some question, right? I'm sure that they are fine, right, for what they do, but again, I think if the city is getting into this business, I think it has a responsibility to make sure that it is really sort of investing in the highest quality, and that it is sort of that across the city, so that you really can say that, like, if we're going to say that, like, yeah, we want to be able to we're going to provide the service of making sure people have the information of being able to ride their bike across the city, wanting to know whether they're going to ride their bike across the city, then let's make a decision to sort of get into that business. And this isn't that. This doesn't accomplish that. And so again, like, you know, my vote would be to abandon ship here. And if we want to have some larger discussion about the city and its obligations with regard to providing information about the air quality, then let's engage in that debate more holistically.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm going to throw out an alternative solution, because look, at the end of the day, this is the mayor's district, and if she believes that this is important to her district, and other council members think, well, we've satisfied the issue of equity with respect to air quality monitoring, and especially with respect to the freeway, so it seems surplus. Well, the way I've seen this handled at the county level is that there will be time to time in a district system where someone in a district will want to spend money specifically for their district, and the other four will say, I don't think that makes sense. And the way that they handle that at the county level is they say, okay, each district has X amount of budget for those things. And it typically happens in a budget process where they might bring those, they set what that amount will be for each district. But you would say each district has $5,000. If you meet these criteria, we're going to say that council person can spend the money, that $5,000 money, on something in their district. And in that way, the district person knows, the district elected knows, okay, I have a $5,000 budget. Is this meeting the threshold of what I want to spend that $5,000 budget on in my city? If assuming that the council doesn't want to go along with the rest of all of it, because they don't think it's there. And so what I would suggest with this is that if this is really, if this is something that is really important to the mayor, I'll support it. But what I would say to my colleagues is, in the motion, I would like to say to staff to please bring us back with this idea of a set amount of budget for each district.
No.
Not interested in that, Councilmember Carlton?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's fine, because I think that there are going to be things that come from time to time that are low dollar value that people will say, as a collective council, I don't see it. But then again, I'm going to give some deference to what you think may be required for your district. So, but with that, I'll pass.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Carlton?
That's called earmarking, and that's a whole nother big giant can of worms to get into. I'd rather keep the subject separate. They're having enough problem with earmarking in larger jurisdictions than ours.
Actually, they call them inventory items in the county of Santa Clara. It's an inventory item brought forward by each district in the budget process. It's not called an earmark. It's just a certain amount of budget that's set aside to each district.
It's a slang for it.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I first of all, I would be supportive of a proposal, but I've been on the record supportive of things like that for a little while now, and I think it's the majority of the council that sort of hesitated on something like that. I mean, again, let's be clear: the city moved to district elections under threat of a lawsuit, right? A lawsuit that it was likely going to lose, and that was based on this idea that certain communities and neighborhoods in the city were not being represented, right? And so what you get as a result of that is district elections, where people are represented and are elected by the specific members of that district. And those representatives of those districts in that system are expected to have a real clear sense of what those districts want and what's priorities for those districts. And Mayor Taylor has greater insight into what are the priorities for her constituents in District 1 than I do. And that is just what happens when you have a district system. And I think we can sort of push back on it and say somehow it's not, it's sort of not the nicer side of politics, but it is just the way things happen. And politics is about people's interests being represented, right? And we moved to a district elections because there were people in this community who thought with at-large council elections that their interests were not being represented. And so I think what this proposal from Councilmember Mueller represents a natural evolution. And we will get there. I can promise you, because almost every district system gets there. And so we can, we can get there tomorrow, or we'll get there in 2 years, but and we may not be on the council when it gets there, but I can promise you it will get there. And so I would, like to give staff the heads up to be thinking of that now, and how we get there. Again, and that I would say, like, if we're looking at this specific proposal, I have concerns about, like, again, it represents the city getting into a new type of business, or a new sort of service it's providing. And like, again, like when it comes to the Wi-Fi connectivity, when it comes to how you're delivering electricity. And so that sort of concerns me about the proposal. But in a system that the Councilmember Mueller is proposing, I certainly would see that as, I will give a certain amount of deference to, if it's the mayor, or if it's Councilmember Nash or Councilmember Carlton, to a priority that they think is a priority for their district. And again, if that's the sort of framing under which it's being brought under, then I think that has a different, that lands for me differently than this current proposal. Because for this current proposal, I'm like, well, why aren't we doing the citywide, right? Why aren't we doing the citywide? And it only makes sense if it is that, like, a council member is saying, this is a priority for my district, but then you get to choose other priorities for your district, and we really formalize that and say that this is not sort of, this is just the way things will happen on a limited scale, right? Again, we're talking about a very limited scale. We're not talking about massive amounts of money. But anyway, so that's my thoughts. But I appreciate and respect Councilmember Carlton's desire to sort of not to have a bifurcation and to not commingle the issues. I do appreciate that they are different issues, but given that this is something I've brought up in the past, I wanted to use this opportunity to publicly express my support for it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Mueller, and then Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah, and just so to try to alleviate Councilmember Carlton's concerns, the way that I've seen it work is that you would have a budget set for the beginning of the year, and everyone know what the set criteria is. It still comes to the whole council, just with the staff report, with the recommendation doesn't meet the criteria. And then there's just deference to that council person that, okay, it meets the criteria and there's not something added or extra to it that's unforeseen. This is really what the set dollar amount is. And we can set as the council what that criteria would be, so we don't think that it's getting into anything that's improper purpose. But in that way, in a circumstance like this, where you're looking at and you're saying, okay, we have 3 air quality monitors from the city or from public agencies, which are of high quality, that are on a map at 5 to 15 minute intervals. Do we need to bring in 3 extra consumer grades? And especially when consumers are already apparently starting to buy them now, because now there's one there that wasn't there a couple of weeks ago, which means that adoption is taking place. But at the end of the day, that's a consumer map. That's a consumer created map. That's not created by a public agency. And the reason why, because a company has created a map like that, does that mean every public agency now needs to buy into that map and support that company, that private company? I mean, that's where the issue that I'm having with this. This is a private company created map. It's not created by any government entity. And so because a private company managed to get adoption in one area, now every other government entity has to start buying into that map, as opposed to using the government agency at a higher calibrated government agency information. And I don't know, I mean, maybe I'm old school, but when I go to decide if I'm gonna go ride my bike across the city, I actually don't check purple air. I just type into my phone, what's the air quality outside? So I don't, like, that's me. Like, I just go, what's the air quality outside? And then I get the reading from the government entity. I don't try to figure out, okay, I'm gonna drive down this block and then I'm gonna turn a left at that block and I'm gonna turn a right at that block because the air quality is different on each block. I don't do that. I mean, and I don't have an app that tells me which way to ride my bike, so I hit the right block. So, but that being said, like, I'm saying that, but I'm also saying, look, if within your district, that's something that your district wants to do, then maybe there should be a budget that allows for that. And each one of us might have a request like that we want to do that way.
Councilmember Carlton and then Councilmember Nash.
At which point the appropriate thing for us to do is to have a grant, like we have a grant through the library system where we were giving out people to have the little libraries put in front of their house. If people want a consumer grade product that they put up and they maintain, because it is a consumer run kind of a cooperative thing, Purple Air, then that's the appropriate thing to do. The appropriate thing isn't to spread our already stressed out staff to now have a project to double up on air quality monitoring in one area. If we want to do a grant to provide these, I'm 100% behind that. Somebody can put them on their house. They can make sure that they're available. I'm totally supportive of that. Is that a good middle ground that everyone would agree on? Because the $1,000 doesn't bother me. The slippery slope of now we're paying for Wi-Fi every year for I don't know how long, and maintenance and installing and pulling staff off of other programs that we've already said are crucial. I would absolutely not have a problem with having people in that area apply, and we say, oh, look, these are a good one here, that's a good one there. We give it to them, they put them up, and then we've got them up and they're running appropriately as they're consumer products. They should be run and maintained by consumers. Would that be a good middle ground? I'm asking my colleagues.
I mean, just so I can understand, and so are we talking about with regards to the 3 Purple L monitors that the city has already ordered, that we would make them available to 3 residents through some sort of grant program? Are you talking about something larger than the 3 monitors that are on order?
Honestly, I think we should do it across the whole city, but if people if people in council are specifically concerned about the Bellhaven area, that they want to make sure that that's covered, the only way I would vote for that is if it was put in and installed and maintained by residents, because it's a residential product. It's not a city product. And I worry about the slippery slope of us getting into this.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Councilmember Nash and then Councilmember Mueller.
I just wanted to clarify one piece, and that is while the Clarity monitors may monitor data every 5 to 15 minutes, they are not posted. You do not get the data that often. The data is posted every hour, or as we saw here, which is my experience looking at Clarity, it's every 2 to 4 hours. So you do not get regular data. So I just wanted to clarify, it is not available on a map every 5 to 15 minutes from the Clarity air monitors.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to talk with them about why that is. It's probably because, candidly, as a scientist, I would probably be wanting to aggregate data before I gave it to people to rely on it. So in case there was an anomaly taking place where like the wind blew real quickly by an area or something. But regardless, look, Councilmember Carlton, I wouldn't want to do the grant program because I actually don't think that it makes, I don't want to, like, I don't, in this circumstance, I don't think it's necessary to do a grant program to have people buy a consumer product when we already have air monitors. Like, we already have these air monitors from the government. But what I would support is us saying, look, I'll support, I would support tonight just moving forward with this 3 air quality monitors. If we could also have as part of the motion that staff will come back to us a district program for inventory items, just so that in the future we have something to go to in the alternative if someone feels like they want something like this and the council doesn't agree, but they have a secondary thing to go to. So what I think that would be, I think that it's time that we should start to move that, because if we had that tonight, you know, Mayor Taylor could decide she wanted to move forward with 3 air quality monitors and it was important enough she wanted to pull it out of her district budget, and then that would be fine. Or if there was something in District 5 that I think is important. Like I decide that I think it's really important that we have flags, you know, for people crossing the street. And council says, you know what? We don't want to pay for the flags. We have stop signs and there's people out there, we don't want to pay for the flags. I can say, well, I'm going to pull it out of my district budget. So I just think we've gotten to that point that we can create small district budgets. And if you guys will do that, I'll vote for this tonight and support it, just so that we can move forward to a new system that I think, as Council Member Combs has said, is an important evolution, I think, in this process going forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton?
Again, I think those are two different subjects and should stay two different subjects. And we all agree that Belhaven doesn't need them. It's a nice to have. And the thing that keeps us from wasting money is this process. The process that we have goes through and looks at funding and funds projects based on merit rather than a quid pro quo. That's part of the process. If you came and convinced everyone that absolutely flags are the thing to have, that would be the process of us looking at things and making sure that we don't waste money and that we make merit-based decisions. Congress had earmarks, which is exactly what you're describing, where you pull money out of a budget, large or small, and you have it in each district. It didn't work, and it didn't work because it incentivized personal agendas, and that's what you're talking about. This is the bad side of districting, is where you fight for this turf. Everyone swore that when districts came in, we were going to respect each other, we were going to make decisions on merit, we weren't going to have fiefdoms, and that's what this builds. It incentivizes personal agendas, it undermines the practice of funding projects based on merit. It undermines the city council decision-making process, the city budget process, and how we're budgeting things. And it puts in this amount of money is going to be frivolously spent. If we want to have a frivolously spent budget, we can say this is a budget for this, and then we make decisions as a group, rather than it's just shown through time. Congress was doing this, all the people that have done this, there are all these articles. When this came up in one of our staff reports before, I researched it, and it's generally considered a really, really bad, really divisive thing to do. And if the county in Santa Clara is figuring out a way to do it, God bless them. But I think it sets us up for putting up little fiefdoms and not working together as a team. You know, I think we've talked this to death in the sense that we agree that Belhaven has good professional air quality monitors. This is a nice to have. If Mayor Taylor really wants them, fine. But that's the way it should be. It should be a process where we go through and we vet things together as a team and we work together on this. Earmarks don't work, not in the long term. And I really feel like that's a larger discussion to have. Not now, because we don't have it's not, first of all, it's not agendized. I don't think legally we can. But it just strikes me as bizarre that we're having this conversation about spending money for things, and I still haven't heard an answer back from staff. They don't know how much it's going to cost over a 20-year period for the Wi-Fi and all the support. It might be more, you know, we're thinking this is so small, it might actually add up to be something larger. And it is a slippery slope, and it's double dipping on things that our taxes are already paying for. And this is why it's a shame that we don't have a city council member on Bosca to be able to better speak up and about exactly what they're doing now. But we're paying Bosca to do this. Do we want our city start doing what we're already paying Bosca to do with taxpayer dollars? We have a fiscal responsibility to start looking in at these things. And I just worry about the slippery slope. It's not $1,000. And if Mayor Taylor really wants it, fine, but it's not needed.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton, and Mr. Figueros, you came on, and then after that, Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to, if the council desires to move forward with the air sensors, wherever they be located, whether it be north of 101 or in other parts of the city, from the staff's professional recommendation by way of the type of equipment, the ease of installation, and the regular maintenance, I would strongly recommend that we go with the clarity monitors, which cost $1,000 per year. That includes equipment and maintenance and all of the other features, as well as some technical supports by air quality scientists to help us identify perhaps which location may be more advantageous given existing sensors. That alleviates the pressure on staff to identify the location and the utilities and the annual costs. It also ensures that if the equipment breaks, that it's replaced within the subscription cost. So to the extent that that's helpful, I would like to offer that recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros. Vice Mayor Combs.
But just sort of very quickly responding to Mr. Figueros, if the staff is recommending clarity, then you're not saying that we would place these in the Bellhaven neighborhood, right? Because there's already 3 clarity monitors already there, right? And so, I mean, the whole idea of like Purple Air is that it's a different system that is more consumer friendly. So essentially, the staff's recommendation is one part to seek a refund of or rescind the Purple Air purchase, correct? And if we're going to get into this business to purchase clarity monitors, is that what you're saying?
I apologize, Vice Mayor Combs, if I if what I shared earlier was perhaps on the confusing side. The policy decision of whether the council wants to install air quality monitors wherever in town, whether it be north of 101 or in other parts of town, that's solely a council decision. As I believe you mentioned in this meeting, we are not air quality people. That's not what we do. That's out way beyond our core business. All I was offering was a thought that if the council does want, if there is this mind towards long-term costs, impact on staff resources, the clarity monitors, for all of the reasons that the County of San Mateo selected clarity over Purple Air, make most sense from a sustainability perspective. It's $1,000 a year. That may not be sustainable. Again, that's a council decision. But what I'm saying on behalf of staff is the siting and the maintenance of the air monitor, once we put them in, unless there's a directive to take them out after 2 years, which is generally something that doesn't happen. Once we do something, it stays in the budget basically in perpetuity until something needs to, until there's a catalyst for change. But my thought is that if the council's desire is to expand the air quality sensor program, air quality monitoring sensors, that Clarity offers a superior product, again, for all of the reasons the county has elected to pursue them.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for that additional information. So I just wanted to share, and following up on Councilmember Carlton, and I'll make this quick because we've been talking about this for a while. I really respect where Councilmember Carlton is coming from with this issue, but I do want to point out when when we use these words, when we're talking about, well, it is in this discussion that we come and find we land at what is the most meritorious outcome, and merit is not absolute, right? Let's be, what we're here talking about in discussing what are competing interests, and a lot of times all of those interests are valid, right? And the reason one interest might win out over another in any particular moment does not mean that one interest has more merit than another, right? And again, because we all come to this discussion with our own worldviews, and so something a decision that you may see as resulting in an outcome with the greatest merit, I may see, depending on my worldview and my community and my engagement with government, would see it as possibly business as usual, right? Business as usual, which doesn't include me and doesn't include my voice and doesn't seek to protect my interests. And so again, like we're not, again, we're not talking about decisions of merit, right? In what we're doing. What we're doing on a daily basis is weighing interests, right? And for a number of factors, we come to a conclusion that one interest, one decision in that moment is the decision. But again, we all come to it based on our own worldviews and perspectives, and no decision is ever sort of absolutely, or rarely is a decision absolutely the right decision. What I would say is that, like, if we're like sort of approaching this in the framework that Council Member Mueller outlined, and a resident in my district came to me and said, well, let's just say that a resident in my district came to me outside of the framework that Councilmember Mueller outlined, and that resident said, hey, why does the city have 3 purple alarm monitors in District 1 and none in our district? And in this moment, I'm not able to respond to that person with a valid sort of reason as to why one district has 3 and the rest of the city has none. But if we are approaching this under the framework of Mayor Mueller deciding that this is of important to her district, then I can say, hey, Mayor Mueller decided that this was something that was important to her district, and so she prioritized it. I didn't think it was important to our district, so I didn't prioritize it. But maybe it is. Let's talk. Maybe I got that. Maybe I got that wrong. Maybe this is a priority, and I can have that discussion with my constituents based on the framework that, again, each council member is again looking at the big picture, but also to a certain degree approaching these discussions or in some engagements with what's best for their district. Again, that's just what we set up. But this moment, again, like I think after discussing it, I think again, as I said, like I voted against this the first time, and I have expressed my opposition. But at this moment, after talking about it for this long, I am, whatever the consensus is, I think I'm like everyone else, is going to defer to the mayor. If this is something that she thinks is important for her district, then with regards to the purple alarm monitors, then maybe I will exercise a certain deference. But I do, again, like I say, have that concern about, like, us approaching these things in an ad hoc manner. But yeah, like I say, we've discussed it, and so if there's consensus, I'm willing to support the consensus.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Carlton, and then Councilmember Mueller.
So I apologize. I was saying Bosca. I meant Bachmed. One was water, and I meant to be saying the Bachmed, which is the air quality. So the reason why we ordered these is because we thought the county wasn't going to have them for a couple of months. That's why we ordered them. We didn't order them because we needed to double up, and we didn't order them because we were in love with purple. We just ordered them because we could get them quickly, and we were concerned because the air was so bad at that point in time. And we ordered them as a stopgap method, and because we didn't trust that the county could get them done so soon. And we were surprised the county did. So my question is to Mayor Taylor. I don't understand. It seems like we don't need them anymore. Explain to me why it's important to you, because I respect you. You're an intelligent individual, and this was a stopgap method, which is why we didn't think we needed them anymore. And staff just came up and flat out said that they don't like them, and they have advised us not to use them. Explain to me.
Well, I appreciate your question, Councilmember Carlton, and I appreciate the discussion. And I know that the last meeting where this was on the agenda, I unfortunately wasn't a part of the discussion, but I did listen the meeting afterwards. Appreciated that discussion as well. Yes, the intention was to make sure that there were air quality monitors, and it was primarily, I'm thinking of my district, but also thinking about the city as a whole. Where are they missing? Where did they need to be 2 to 5 years ago? And which is why I made this an urgency item. Just the fires, bad air quality, it was a combination of everything. And I believe that this is something that was missed out in the mitigation measures when it came to adopting the general plan. I think the air quality monitors should have been there. And so that was the intention behind it. I'm very grateful that they have been installed, the clarity monitors, and that the county is taking the readings. This was not brought to the council to make it a burden on staff. For me, I believe that the health and wellness of everybody in the city, the health and safety of everyone in the city needs to be all of our priorities. And for me, that was a piece of the priority for me. And so as far as moving forward, what do we need to do? If we are going to purchase air quality monitors for any area of the city, because there are areas that don't have any, I believe it should connect with the county, that it's not the city's responsibility. And I don't think that it has to be. The connectivity piece is an issue, as Mr. Peguero said, as far as connecting with Wi-Fi. I am not sure how that was done for the 3 that were installed by the county. But maybe there's some information that they can share about what they did, because it wasn't an issue. Connecting to Wi-Fi wasn't an issue. Electricity wasn't an issue. Mr. Pegueros.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just very quickly on that point, the clarity monitors have their own solar panel, and they have a built-in wireless connection, so they don't need to be wired.
Thank you for
I think they connect to cell towers, right, Mr. Pegueros? And so there's like it's like has a mobile phone system within it, and so there's not a need for Wi-Fi.
Mr. Pegueros, while you're there, can we put? It seems that we are missing some in the parks. Can we put one over there, the clarity, to make sure that we have the proper coverage if there isn't one over there?
That's a Councilmember Carlton. That's a council decision. Again, the clarity monitors are, for lack of a better term, they can be deployed easily, and but there is a cost to them clearly. And one of the primary differences between there are a number of differences between a consumer grade product and a corporate or enterprise or governmental grade product. Eventually, I think these things all end up costing about the same. It's just the entry point for a consumer grade product may very well be less, but we may also be replacing it once a year in order to maintain accuracy. The Wi-Fi signal and the power, all of those costs are somewhat hidden in the Purple Air. They're almost actually they're nominal for a household, but they may be more significant if we're putting them in parks in areas that may not have. So, I don't have a good number for you, but I would say $1,000 to install one is probably not, once we factor in all the staff time, is probably not outside the realm or the order of magnitude that it would cost, which is one reason, again, why we would.
Hold on, if it's going to cost us $1,000 to install a Purple Air thing and it's not that accurate and we're going to have to replace it anyway, why don't we just put the professional grade thing that's going to last in the first place? How did we get here? Was it really just timing?
So again, I think Purple Air provides a very low cost product that we can see proliferates as you look at the map. It's easily accessible. The cost of installation and operation is incidental to the cost of Wi-Fi in a home or power in a home. It really is nothing of significance. However, those economies really disappear when we start talking about installing them in locations that don't have the necessary infrastructure.
So you're saying the best thing we could do is gift one to someone, or grant, what have you, and have them install and run it on the home, because that's what they're built for and that's how they run economically.
I'm not going to go that far as to say that. What I am going to say, however, is that the county picked clarity for a reason, and I hope I've articulated or enumerated those reasons this evening. We can always come back with more information. And for those reasons, I mean, this is not an indictment on one product being better than the other. I'm just talking about the day-to-day operations of the city, what it takes, who's going to monitor, who's going to maintain the equipment, how we're going to pay for it. You know, we're going to have potentially 3 different bills: an electric bill, a wireless bill, and then staff to maintain the purple air. So the costs are all I'm saying is I think that the costs are all there. They're just not upfront, and they get buried in other line items if we go with the consumer product.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so so I already said I'd support, if the mayor wants this, then I'll support it in deference to her. But what I would say is, in response to Councilmember Carlton and talking about setting a specific budget for each district, it's not earmarked because it's not attaching it to a piece of legislation to pass the legislation. That's earmarking. This is actually a set budget that each district would have. Earmarking is when you want to pass a piece of legislation and you give somebody a gift in the legislation for their district to pass it. This is setting district budgets. But that aside, we can tonight direct staff to bring us back, not vote on it tonight, but direct staff to bring us back district budget proposals for us to look at in the passing of this item tonight. And that would be what I would want to do. I don't even know what the program would be. I want staff to vet that out for us. My issue on expanding this beyond District 1, candidly, is I don't have any expertise or report or any staff member indication that we need to do so. I have nothing to rely on to say that I need to spend this money. I don't have anything from Bay Area Air Quality Monitor to say that we have deficient air quality monitoring in the rest of Menlo Park. So why do I need to buy a Clarity monitor? Like, I don't, before I would spend those public funds in the rest of the city, I would want to have something telling me that I have a need for it. I don't have that tonight. So I feel like so applying it to the rest of the city feels like a solution looking for a problem when I haven't proved up there's a problem. So I wouldn't want to do that. And those are my comments. If people want to move forward on these 3 monitors for District 1, that's fine. But I would like, as part of that motion, to be direction to staff to bring us back district budget program upon which we can draw from.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. And I'm still in support of getting the purple air monitors, or whichever ones the staff recommend. And I realize that none of us are on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, so at least I'm not keeping informed about what's going on there. But the other piece is that I do not support the district budgets. I think that's going to open the door to something now that I don't believe needs to happen now. I don't support it. And Councilmember Nash, you had your hand up, and Vice Mayor Combs, I am turning the meeting over to you for about 5 minutes. I will be back.
Councilmember Nash, yeah, you can go.
Thank you. I actually would suggest that we take a 5-minute break. I think that would be beneficial.
Okay, sounds good to me.
So again, if you could just disengage webcams and microphones and only engage webcams upon your return. Thank you. Welcome back, all members of the City Council. Having returned to our virtual dais, Mayor Taylor, you may reconvene the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And thank you everyone for your patience and just in light of our 45-minute discussion and then the hour-and-a-half discussion. And then I think it was another 35-minute discussion. And considering the progress that we've made, I'd like to make a motion that we actually cancel the order and move on to the next item on our agenda.
So just for clarity on the record, I want to ask Assistant City Manager Nick Figueros if the motion to cancel the current order is sufficient for direction this evening.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So we have a motion by Mayor Taylor to cancel the current order for the 3 purple air monitors. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Any further City Council discussion or questions? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I just want to say for the record that had we moved with direction to create district budgets, I would have supported an alternative motion, but this is the motion, so yes.
Thank you. City Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. I appreciate your patience and your time and your input. The next item on the agenda is informational items. Item H1, informational items are transmitted to the City Council and staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Information items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. And this item was pulled. The summary of options for forming a redistricting commission following the release of the 2020 census information. And Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item H1 regarding the redistricting, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. We'll have the opportunity to open up your mic and you can address the City Council at this time. And our first public commenter will be Helen Greco. Helen, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Nice to see you again. I am with California Common Cause, and in 2018, we provided the expertise that Common Cause has on redistricting to help assist in your advisory commission. And I said at that time, when districting would happen again in 2020, I would be back. So I kept my word and I'm here. I have sent letters to all the council members on behalf of Common Cause. And it is no secret that California Common Cause stands firmly as the best practice for redistricting is an independent redistricting commission. And so I'm here to state that again. I'm also here to state we are still here as Common Cause to offer our expertise, information, answer questions, policy questions. We have the website localredistricting.org, the one that generates ordinances. As a matter of fact, the ordinance that we first proposed back in 2018 for an independent commission. So I just want to make sure that you know we are here. We are delighted to work with you again. And I am happy to make myself available in Zoom because my days of driving down to Menlo Park right now in the COVID environment are over. So welcome to my home office. Thank you for all your time and all your consideration for an independent redistricting commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public commenter will be Jen Willison. Jen, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Good evening, City Council. Jen Wallison, and I wanted to support Common Cause's recommendation for an independent redistricting commission. I followed very closely the districting process of a few years ago and was very impressed with Common Cause's knowledge and recommendations in this area. And I also just want to remind any Menlo Park resident or anyone tuning in to complete the census, which deadline I believe is in about a week. And it's the information from the census that's going to feed into our redistricting process. So thank you all for your hard work and have a great night.
Thank you, Jen, for your comment. Our next public commenter will be Adina Levin. Adina, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, speaking in agreement with the previous two speakers in support of an independent redistricting commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adina. Our next public commenter will be Pamela Jones. Pamela, you're off mute if you'd like to address the City Council at this time.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Combs, and staff. Pamela Jones, resident of Menlo Park, and it's no secret that I'm an avid supporter of independent redistricting commissions. It was the first ordinance that was developed through Common Cause and the California redistricting that was in November of 2017, and in December of 2018 it was rewritten to be an advisory districting committee, which is what resolution number 6418 actually is. In regards to what the staff needs to know, the clarity on there, all of this information is outlined in your ordinance that was passed and used by the advisory districting committee. All that needs to be done now is to change the language to independent redistricting commission. I do, and I could go over each section to show you where those items are, but it's, if you look through each section there, it tells you the eligibility requirements. Special, in fact, this one was more stringent than the state guidelines. Now with legislation, it's much easier to establish an independent redistricting commission. And I also want to mention, because I've been doing some investigation, and that is with San Mateo County, they currently do not have an independent redistricting commission, and it's not something that they are currently working on, unless there's some information that somebody else knows. So given that we need to move along in our process, waiting for the county to have an independent redistricting commission, which would not be people from the city of Menlo Park, seems to me to defeat the purpose of having the citizens, and the citizens right to draw the lines. This is a process that, with a high level of democracy, it means that the citizens' voice are the ones that must be respected and they must be heard, and that can only be done by one way. I do appreciate the staff report because it does have additional information in the legislation, and of course the League of Women Voters, they fully support the commissions, so there's really good information. So again, thank you very much.
It does look like Pam has muted herself and highlighting that she has completed her comment. So thank you, Pamela, for your public comment. Our final public commenter will be Lynn Bramlett. Lynn, if you'd like to address the City Council at this time, you may.
Yes, good evening, Council, and I can give you a brief update too about the census in our area because it's considered completed. So we had very strong effort here, and those of us still with the census, and I'm one of them, we're going out to other areas such as Hunters Point. That's where I'll be going tomorrow. So I agree too with Ms. Jones's point that we can't wait for the county, and there would be some drawbacks to that too, and that it wouldn't be a local process. So I remember well our original move to redistricting and the hybrid approach to the process. A lot of people volunteered to serve, the process worked well, new people came forward, and I don't recall council challenging the maps. However, the process could have become a partisan one if council did challenge the maps. And I did hear a little hint of concern about one map that might have been a little bit, one street may have been gerrymandered. And I heard that from two people, and I realized that's just hearsay, but even the appearance of that could be avoided through an even better process. And my research also attests to what the other people spoke about with Common Cause, League of Women's Voters, think tanks, opinion leaders. An independent redistricting commission is considered the best practice. It's also our practice at the California state level. Other states are putting ballot measures in place to move to independent redistricting commissions. And again, if we had one locally here, it would make the process more resident and neighborhood centric. And I think that has a lot of downstream benefits too, of people getting more involved. They know the community. You know, there's a lot of benefits that, you know, I think are there. So, you know, it gives people too an opportunity to serve who don't want a longer term commitment on a commission. So I think, you know, the districts are fair, and I hope you will consider that. I think you have a lot of people who'd be very willing to roll up their sleeves and help with process. I know Ms. Jones was certainly one of them before. In closing, I think we've come a long way as a community under this council. The residents are being allowed to play a greater role as volunteers in our government, and I think all this is fostering trust and goodwill. So I think a decision to choose an independent redistricting commission would continue and extend this most positive current path.
Thank you, Lynn, for your comment. Mayor Taylor, I am seeing no further hands raised, so we may continue with this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for all the public comment. Councilmember Mueller.
This is just a report. There's no action or direction required tonight, right?
That is what I was told by staff, although there are a few questions in the staff report. Ms. Silver.
Thank you. Yeah, our thinking was that we would present this, the research that we've accumulated so far, that, you know, this is a big decision for the council and the community. And so you may want some time to just have this information percolate a little bit. However, if there are certain action items that you would like us to further research in order to help you with a decision that will come a little bit later on down the road, we'd be happy to take that direction tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton.
I just have a related question. Last time I looked, and I haven't looked at it since it's considered finished. Some areas were really good about filling in the census, and some areas were terrible. And I guess that was to be expected. But how do they compensate? I don't even know, Ms. Silver, if you know this, but how do they compensate for that? Do they look at the population in a house that didn't reply? They took who was living there 10 years ago? Is it just not counted? How do we make sure that we have that representation in areas where people, for various reasons, might not feel comfortable sending in a census form?
So I don't know a lot about the census. I can offer a couple of comments. I was around when somebody came by and had some questions about a house that was vacant, and it was a census worker, and I happened to be sitting outside, and they approached me and asked me some information about whether I knew about who was living in the house at, you know, the particular time period, and I think they had a April 1st cutoff, and so they wanted to know if anybody was living there, and they had a series of questions they asked me, and then they said that they would, pursuant to their protocol, they would have to have a second person follow up with me to verify that information. So there is some kind of protocol on that. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that we do still have some litigation outstanding with respect to the census deadline. So it was supposed to close originally October 30th or October 31st. It was moved up to September 30th. There was a lawsuit filed that's pending in the Northern District, or actually it's pending in the Northern District District Court in San Jose. There was a hearing today, actually, and the judge, the request was to extend the census to the October date. And it looks like the district court is going to grant that request, and the government has said that they will be appealing that to the Ninth Circuit.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that the last time that the county went through a districting process, it wasn't forced. They went, well, I don't remember if it was forced, but they went through a districting process earlier this, and they had an advisory committee from which the board of supervisors picked a map. And I think I actually would like to see what the board of supervisors does in this instance, because it'd be rather odd to have this board of to have the county be implementing an independent redistricting committee in Menlo Park, that the council would have no say in the final maps, while the county itself was doing a hybrid process with advisory, and then the county supervisors selected the final maps. And the reason why is, at the end of the day, this council is elected, and even now we're elected in districts to represent our residents. And as much as things can go awry at council, we're held accountable by those residents. If something goes awry in a committee, no one holds them accountable. And so I have difficulty delegating that to a third party. And I think the Council of Proof showed last time that can be done. And I think the Board of Supervisors showed it can be done. And candidly, I think that's been the process throughout the county. I'm not aware of a process in the county of San Mateo that's gone through districting where they didn't approach it that way. And so I'm very interested to watch to see what the County Board of Supervisors does. And I just thought it'd be important to share that now. I haven't reached a decision of what we do, but I am very interested to see what that larger organization does.
Are there any other questions for staff for Ms. Silver while she's here? Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. So I was looking at attachment B, and this is the comparison of advisory, independent, and hybrid redistricting commissions, and was wondering basically on commission requirements, I was interested that this is on page H118. And I was interested that it says under independent commission and hybrid commission, they both have note, commission shall not draw districts favoring or discriminating against incumbents or candidates, but that does not show up under advisory. And I was curious about that and wondering if you could give some insight into that.
Yeah, the language in the statute that has been recently amended specifically contains a prohibition against gerrymandering to favor or discriminate against incumbents or candidates. And that language is contained in the section authorizing an independent commission and in the section authorizing a hybrid commission. It is not contained in the section authorizing an advisory commission. So the inference is, it's certainly not clear. I think that an argument could be made that certainly the intent of the law would be that an advisory commission should try to follow the same general parameters as the other commissions. So I think that we would advise that there should not be an intentional gerrymandering for that purpose with respect to any type of commission that's ultimately formed. But it's not spelled out specifically in the law regarding advisory commissions.
So that would be something in October when you bring it back, if we were to go that direction, that we would have to add, if the council were to want to do that? Or are you looking for input now? Or, I mean, I personally would like to see it in all three options.
I see what you're saying. So if you decide to form an advisory commission, you can put any type of requirement or additional regulation governing the conduct of advisory commissions into the resolution that you want.
And if we decide not to go that route, then it's just a moot point.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Councilmember Nash, I remember you pulled this item for discussion, so I just wanted to make sure you had the opportunity to get the information you needed.
Well, I was mostly curious about that because it seemed like for lack of a better term, uneven playing field for all three alternatives. And it just stuck out. So thank you. That was, given that this is not, that we're not voting on anything, that's my only question at this point. Thank you.
If I may just add one additional point for you all to consider when the item comes back to you, is that the original statutory scheme for independent commissions had some really strict requirements as to what commissioners should do while they were serving on the commission and what type of activities they could not do after their commission work ended. And so some of those restrictions lasted actually for 10 years. So in this latest round of legislation, some of those requirements, the time periods were pulled back, which I think is a good thing because you don't want to discourage people from participating in commissions and committees that where they could be very useful. And so you would have, if the 10-year period were continued, you would eliminate a lot of good public involvement. So you might want to think about whether you would want to adopt the stricter time periods that you had back in 2018, or whether you would want to go with the shorter time period restrictions contained in the new legislation. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Silver? No. Well, thank you for the information. And I am in support of an independent redistricting commission. Actually, all the recommendations that came from Common Cause. I watched the process in 2018, and I appreciate the work that was done. And Councilmember Nash, to your point about the some of the stringent requirements, 10 years not being able to participate in some process in the city seemed extreme, but considering the work that was being done, definitely understand why. But at any rate, I'm supportive of Common Cause's recommendations. And if there aren't any other, do you have a question, Councilmember Nash?
I just wanted to state I am also in support of Common Cause's independent commission.
Thank you. If there aren't any other questions or comments on this item, we will move on to item I1, which is an update on Santa Cruz Avenue closure, and our city manager will be making the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I will start this off, but then I'm going to turn it over to Community Development, Deanna Chow, to help me out. But before I make that report, I did want to share with you some late breaking news today, which San Mateo County has moved from stage purple under the governor's color coding of COVID-19 stages to stage red. And so what that means for us is that in Menlo Park and in the county, immediately there can be in-restaurant dining up to 25% or 100 people, depending on whichever is less. All retail indoors will be open with maximum capacity of 50%. Shopping centers, swap meets can open up to 50% capacity. Personal care services, hair and nail salons, barbershops can open up to, I think, 50% capacity. And then places of worship can resume services up to 25% or 100 people, whichever is less. Movie theaters can open 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is less. And gyms and fitness centers, which I personally need, can open up, but no more than 10% capacity. So I think this is a great step forward, and I'm really excited to share that news with you. But so if there are no questions on that, then I'll move immediately on to Santa Cruz Avenue. So the council adopted, oh, and I think Deanna Chow or the city clerk will queue up some slides. Yes, thank you. Get that. Can you do the full screen?
Deanna, can you do it as a slideshow full screen presentation?
Yeah, hi, I'm trying to pull this up right now.
Okay, thank you, Deanna.
I see that it's not showing up.
Well, I'll start while we try and get this straightened out. I think you're all familiar with Santa Cruz Avenue, so the slides are just a prompt for all of us. So the council adopted the updated urgency ordinance on September 8th, and it specifically, okay, next slide. There we go. And the council's action modified the Santa Cruz Avenue street closure. It allowed use of closed travel lanes from 4 p.m. Use of the travel lanes by the restaurants in the area from 4 p.m. on Friday to 11:59 on Sunday, and extended the temporary outdoor use permits through February 28, 2021. And the action further continued to support businesses with permit processes and banner barricades for their parklets, and to review bicycle routing options at a future meeting. So, and all of this is to take effect by October 1st. So I thought you would be interested in knowing the temporary outdoor use permit summary. So we've had 17 applications in the downtown core. We've had 2 outside the core, and a total of 8 approved. Now, we have other businesses that haven't quite applied yet that we've been working with, but this shows a summary of those that have applied or are in process. Okay, next slide. So this is the pictograph of the original street closure and the newly approved street closure. And next slide. Well, I'm sorry, Deanna, can you go back to the prior slide? So just to orient everyone, this is the block on Santa Cruz that has Left Bank and Bistro Vita at the corner. And then next slide. And this shows the changes that the council authorized at the September 8th meeting to open up the travel lanes a little bit. And so, okay, so that's a quick summary of the changes that we understood from the council action. And I'll turn it over to you, Mayor Taylor, at this point, unless there are questions. And Deanna is also here to answer questions.
Thank you for the presentation. And if there aren't any questions right now from the council, I'd like to go to public comment. I know Ms. Dean was on earlier. So Ms. Herron.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So for any member of the public wishing to speak on item I-1 regarding the update to Santa Cruz Avenue closure, please engage that hand feature on the right side of your screen. You'll have the opportunity to open up your mic and you can address the City Council. And Fran Dean, if you'd like to unmute, you may address the City Council at this time.
Thank you very much. And we really want to thank both the council and staff for all the work that's been done on street closures and the expansion permitting. It is significant and it has made a difference. And in particular, it's made a difference for the restaurant trade. I think that the city manager, well, I know that the city manager just reviewed the September 8th meeting and council decisions and actions that were taken there. And it includes a number of aspects that are now current to the now current street closure configuration and permitting. We agree on pursuing the motion as stated, but with a request to delay the October 1st action on weekday removal of tables and chairs in the southbound section between Curtis and Doyle for further review. And that also was one of the bullets, the last bullets on the city manager's slide discussing bicycles. There is no interim council meeting between now and the October 1st implementation, and therefore we're taking this opportunity to request a delay to that provision of the motion as it has been stated. We really appreciate your reconsideration and review of this specific area of Santa Cruz Avenue. It does have more things in it that have to be considered, and that in particular was the option to, during the weekdays, remove all the tables and chairs from an area which is really very vibrant right now. It does then reduce the capacity for dining in that area, for lunch trade, for evening trade. Yes, it does bring back the Friday at 4 p.m. through Sunday midnight. But even with this very welcome change to the red tier, a restaurant with only 25% capacity for indoor dining is not sufficient. They need outdoor dining where it's applicable. They need takeout service, and patrons are going to decide where they want to go based on how they view their personal safety. So we ask for a reconsideration or a review of, again, one segment, which is Curtis through Doyle, further consideration of the removal of tables and chairs during weekdays. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Fran, for your public comment. And this is a final call for any public comment on item I-1 regarding an update to the downtown street closure. And seeing no further, oh, we did have a hand jump. Dina Levin, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Good evening, council members and staff. And I am not 100% sure I understood correctly the previous comment, if that is a request not to seek alternative accommodation for customers with bicycles. I once again forgot to email to City Council the mobile phone photographs that I took several days ago when I was purchasing some takeout food downtown, and noticed a number, this is at a time that there were various different people that were dining outside and patronizing local businesses, and there were a variety of the bike racks that were quite full of people who were apparently being customers and enjoying the downtown businesses. And I would encourage City Council to consider those people who are customers who are using a variety of modes of travel, and including families with children and anyone who is seeking to avoid driving and taking parking from people that want and need to be driving. So thank you very much for considering all modes of travel and our greenhouse gas goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina, for your comment. Seeing no further hands raised. Correct, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for the public comment. Councilmember Mueller.
My question's I have a first question for the city attorney, and that's that this is a city manager's report. So can we actually give direction this evening? Or if we wanted to give direction prior to October 1st, would we need to have a secondary meeting?
So you can give some broad sort of operational direction. You obviously can't amend the ordinance, but you could certainly give some direction to the city manager.
Okay.
And we then would be prepared to bring an ordinance back if you needed to amend the ordinance itself.
Okay, thank you. So I actually myself today rode my bike downtown. I had to go to the post office and do a number of errands, and man, Ann's coffee shop was packed out into that street. And I actually a lot of the restaurants on both sides of the street they were spread out, and so I actually felt bad going by Ann's because I was looking at it. I was like, wow, a lot of those people are going to be pushed in, but we've made that decision. But I also learned because the whole thing about the bike lanes, I know surprised all of us that night. We weren't really preparing to have a conversation about that. And I found out since our meeting that in San Carlos, the way that they handled that is they just have signs up saying to residents, walk your bike in this area. So you have a bike, you reach this point, walk your bike through this portion of area, and it allows them to actually be able to keep that area closed. And it seems to me too that on the night that we met, we did indicate that we were looking for alternatives, what to do with respect to the safe routes issue. Can that somehow be redirected? But then since then, I started to realize, well, can that be moved on to Oak Grove safely? We didn't look at that issue of whether or not it can take University to Oak Grove and then go down. So basically, what I'm hoping is, if you guys are amenable to it, is before we go through all the trouble of moving everything around, that we sit down next week in a meeting and see if we can iron out some of those finer details that we kind of had to do under, with limited reports specifically around this issue of the interface between the bike lanes and the businesses downtown, and how people move about. I would like to sit down as a council and look at some alternatives provided to us by staff that weren't with us that evening beyond just detours. So for instance, the walking the bike, the walking the bike signs, etc. And I honestly, if we could have that discussion, and I'd love to have it, but it's not brief. There's no notice to anyone. I know, but I don't know if you guys have had restaurateurs and businesses reach out to you, but I certainly have since we made that last decision. So I think having a meeting where they get to weigh in on that, and we talk about that, and then we look at some options from staff would be useful before we go and start moving things around on the 1st.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Nash?
Councilmember Beeler, what sorts of, what are you thinking about from staff would develop a proposal between now and the next meeting and then come to us with that, or
Yeah, I mean, so what I would like to know, or at least, and it could just cursory, look, is San Carlos just have a sign saying walk your bike through this area? Can we see that in a staff report? Is it possible to say to the students who would be coming back from Hillview that they would turn left onto University and go down Oak Grove instead of doing that a block later? Like just some very, just a couple of other options that just weren't briefed last time in our report. So, because those options weren't presented to us that evening.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I think
Yes.
we would love to come back with some options for the council to consider. I don't think that getting an agenda item out in the next 36 hours is really a reasonable expectation at this point. But what we could do as an alternative, my understanding from the city attorney is that we can delay the implementation of the requirement to move the tables out of the street under my magical emergency powers. And so we could bring back a report for the 6th potentially for you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton?
Yeah, so I've been working directly with some of the restaurants. Specifically got to know Mark pretty well, who's the new gentleman, who's a family member of the gentleman who owned Angela Mio, which is now Roma. And I just wanted to do a call out to staff, particularly Chuck Andrews, and he went out and we spoke to the gentleman Mark on the phone and walked him through the process. And I just wanted to say thank you to staff. They've been really supportive and really helpful. And so often we're remiss in not calling them out. And so I just wanted to say to Nikki Nagaya and Deanna Chow and all of the people that are too numerous for me to mention, we really, really do appreciate your patience with this and your support and how much you care and how much you've been working one-on-one with the restaurants. We do appreciate you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton, for saying that. We do appreciate you. Councilmember Nash?
So I'd like to hear from staff what the changes are for the 2 blocks that are going to be opening up, and just how that will work with the current parklets that are there, please.
Okay. I was just going to punt it over to Deanna, so thank you.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of the City Council. So my apologies. I heard a portion of Councilmember Nash's, my phone must have dropped in the middle. I heard for the parklets, and that's about the end. I think you were asking about maybe the two portions of the street that are opening up for the recent council direction.
Yes, and I'm specifically concerned just how will it work for Ann's and for Roma, please?
Yes, thank you. So for the outdoor seating or outdoor expansion of the retail services, we would be putting in barricades, so barriers, so concrete, K-rail. Most likely planters are taking much longer to obtain, so it would be at the request of applicants to put in barriers to delineate between the travel lane and the business operations. So we can work with the applicants to install those with our public works team.
And will it work with their, for example, with Ann's current configuration as they currently have it, or how do they, will it work to, how do you envision that working?
Sure. So the one thing with Ann, they currently have tent structures. And so with the reopening of the street, the tent structures would need to be removed because they are an obstruction to the crosswalk. So the tent structures would be something that we would need to work with the applicant to have removed once the street is opened back up. I believe the dining, as it is already within the parking spaces, so that can typically remain. We just have to make sure that the K-rail, which is slightly thicker, than probably the posts of the tents, fit within the spaces. But we could work with them. And then Roma would be similar. We would put out K-rail. They have tents they have tables currently out on the street. And one thing with Roma is that they do expand beyond their frontage. So I know we'll be working with them to get approval from their neighboring tenants. That is something that we did ask for, so that if they're expanding beyond their frontage, they should be working with their neighbors to make sure that their neighbors aren't also planning on expanding their operations, so that there's some camaraderie, amongst the tenants to make sure that they have opportunity to expand their businesses.
Councilmember Carlton.
Hi, Ms. Chow. So when we spoke this afternoon, you were explaining to me that unfortunately Ann's hasn't got a permit yet, and the tents that they purchased aren't actually code, so they can't keep them the way they are now anyway. But I appreciate you working with them and your staff to find something that does work with what they're doing. Well, I guess I can work with you offline on the details. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Combs.
I mean, specifically as it relates to the issues of Ann's, I mean, is there something that's preventing us as a city from just sort of, blocking off all of the parking spaces that between Crane and Chestnut, like on that side of the street? I mean, could we just not do that as a way of sort of opening up that area? And so essentially, like, all of the parking spaces in front of Ann's and the Discovery Shop and the Bagel Street Cafe, could we not just block them off? Do we have to sort of specifically respond to a request of a business to have the area blocked off, and then is that request just limited to their frontage?
Yes, that is something that we could do, is block off the parking spaces. I believe there was some desire for some flexibility because some of the businesses wanted to have those parking spaces in front of their business versus having, outdoor dining. They thought, sort of that takeout was going to be more part of their operations, and so wanted to have that accessibility. So that would be sort of one potential challenge if we did block off the entire frontage. That would remove some of the parking that we heard some of the merchants express that they desired, of why they wanted the street to reopen.
And just so we're clear, that parking isn't specifically timed, right? And so there would never be any guarantee that that would be available for someone going in and out of the business that it's right in front of, right? For all we know, it could be, and again, since there is no enforcement happening downtown, someone could just park there all day, right? And so I'm just sort of like making sure I understand the situation. I totally appreciate where you're coming from and hearing businesses say, we want this this parking space available for our customers. But I just am trying to understand, is that a legitimate sort of reason? Because there seems to be an absence of the ability to actually guarantee that their customers are the only ones that have access to that.
Right. So you're right. There is no guaranteed parking per business unless it's on someone's private lot. So those are open to any of the businesses. Typically, there is a 90-minute time limit on Santa Cruz Avenue, which is, as you mentioned, currently not being enforced. One thing that we have heard from one applicant in particular is, can I designate parking spaces? And this is more towards the rear parking plaza, but can I designate spaces to be my pickup spaces? And we thought, yeah, sure. That's sort of like your outdoor operations, just like if someone was to put dining tables and designate that as their space, why not have 3 parking spaces be designated, during this temporary period as their business. So that is a possibility. We could see use of parking spaces under the temporary use permit. But otherwise, yes, they're open to anybody.
Thank you, Ms. Chow. I appreciate the information. Councilmember Nash, did you have any follow-up questions for staff?
I just wanted to make a comment about what Vice Mayor Combs had commented on, that in fact, the dry cleaner around the corner next to Boulanger has been having an issue, which I believe she's even written into CCIN about, but essentially she has a 15-minute spot in front of her dry cleaners and people are parking all day there. Some of the employees are parking all day there, so that it definitely is an issue to be aware of, that because we are not enforcing parking generally, there is no guarantee that a spot in front of your store will turn over.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I don't know exactly where we're at here, but just I would be in favor of delaying sort of the change so that we can, if that seems appropriate, if there is a need for additional discussion, or if there are some questions. I don't know if they've been answered in this discussion, and so there really isn't any need, but again, I would be, if there's a sense of a need for more time, I would be in favor of that.
Councilmember Nash, and then Councilmember Carlton.
Actually, I'll let Councilmember Carlton go first.
Sure. So I've been working directly with a lot of them. It seems like, well, Mark said he was going out tomorrow to buy the things to start, and he should be moving pretty quickly. And I'm sure will be a little bit slower. I think giving an extra 2 weeks is not a problem at all. I would say till what, the 15th of March. I have to look at my calendar.
Well, if I may, Madam Mayor, could
I meant the 15th of October.
Could I propose that we'll bring it back as soon as we've been able to flush out some good alternatives, which could be mid-October or the this last meeting in October, which is the 27th.
Are you saying you'd bring it back to us then, or it would be open then?
No, well, we'd bring it back to you for your consideration on alternatives to, alternatives.
Alternatives for what?
Well, I think that's what Councilmember Mueller was asking for, some alternatives similar to what's occurred in San Carlos and other jurisdictions.
Oh, you mean like in front of Left Bank?
Yes.
Or Walk Your Bike?
There may be additional alternatives.
I don't want to see it delayed that much. A lot of these businesses really want to see people's ability to drive through and find them. And delaying it 2 weeks, delaying it 3 weeks is one thing, but then it starts slipping into 6 weeks, and that's not acceptable. They need to have their downtown open so that people can come in and shop.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Councilmember Mueller, and then Councilmember Nash.
I also don't think we can wait till the 27th, and the reason being is that because we just moved to red and some of the schools may be starting to open up in larger capacities. So I think we need to really, I think the 16th is about as far as we can push that out. And I just wanted to comment to Kat, it's no surprise you said March, because every day since then has been Groundhog's Day. So pretty easy to feel like it might still be March. But yeah, so I also would support the delay to the 16th, till our meeting on the 16th.
Councilmember Nash, did you have your hand up earlier, or you already made your comment?
I did. So I would like to see, if possible, Walk Your Bike section just for where the street is blocked with tables for Bistro Vita and Harvest Left Bank, right there where there's people cannot ride their bike through the street section with a delay in the implementation. I would support that.
I think I don't see why we can't put the sign up. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, and I'm concerned about just that the alternatives that are brought back to us, that they are actually viable, that kids will, I think telling kids that they have to, anyway, just that they're viable alternatives, so that they're somehow vetted with some parents or something before they're brought back to us. Or the Safe Routes to School group that within the city, or it's somehow just make sure that any alternatives are viable. So when we discuss them, we know that there's been a little bit of vetting, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Ms. Chow, so do you have enough direction from the council?
Starla, did you? I'm hearing.
Sorry, but I think it would be helpful if we also heard from our Public Works Director, Nikki Nagaya, so that we're clear on what the council's direction is. So I'll let Nikki pop on now.
Thank you.
Good evening again, council members, Mayor Taylor. So I think just hearing the discussion tonight, I think the Walk Your Bike sign, we would find an acceptable alternative. It's something that I think our staff had identified as an alternative before the meeting before your last meeting on September 8th. And I know it was late that night when you're having the discussion. the I think one option could be that we look to reopen the street, move the barricades around, work with Ann's and Roma to address their street dining and parklet options by that mid-October timeframe, the October 15th that the council identified, and we could install the walk your bike signs on the block between Curtis and Doyle in the interim. And if you still want to see other options for that block, we could plan to bring those back later in October. But we've been working with consultants to give us some proposals to look at options for that block, and we won't be ready by earlier or mid-October to bring that back at this time.
Councilmember Carlson.
I was just at Fleet Feet yesterday buying some new tennis shoes, and all the sales, everything that Fleet Feet's doing outside is only in the parking area. They're not actually using anything else. We might want to put walk your bike on that block as well, because we don't want someone cruising by at speed on their bicycle while someone's walking around shopping.
So that would be the block between Evelyn and Crane?
I think so, yes.
Great. Yeah, if that's the direction from the council, we can procure the walk your bike signs for both of those blocks. I think as the street in its current configuration, we've provided a gap that bicyclists can get through in order to bike down the block, but we can make that clear with signage in that mid-October reopening timeframe. So if
Councilmember
that,
Nash.
sorry.
Oh, sorry,
No,
Mr. Gaia.
please go ahead.
I actually just wanted to say I am fine with piloting the walk your bike signs and seeing if they don't work, if we need to find other alternatives rather than spending, depending what staff thinks, how much resources would be taken. But to me, that's a reasonable approach to start with that and to see if that works before we before we spend much time looking for other alternatives. Since this is only affecting one side of the block going to El Camino, the other side should work fine since it's open to traffic. So essentially just trying to save some staff time.
Great. Yeah, I think we're happy to do that. We got 3 proposals from different firms for the alternatives that were submitted last Friday. So we're close to being able to move ahead, but it does take some time to mobilize. So if we want to put a hold on that for now and pilot the walk your bike signs, I think that's a perfectly good option. And I think just in terms of the specific next steps, so we could then bring back the revised ordinance for the council for action and approval on October 6th, which would then be put in place physically on the street in that mid-October timeframe, if that's an acceptable next step.
Is everyone comfortable with that? Councilmember Mueller?
Ms. Nagaya, what's your recommendation? Do you think that's the proper thing to do, or do you think that it would be more prudent to do that as an interim and then look at all other alternatives as well for safety reasons? Just want to make sure you don't think we're acting rashly.
No, not at all. Thank you for the question, but I think in our review of other cities and the way they've handled these small block closures, San Carlos, Campbell, they've posted walk your bike signs for those short distances, and it seems to be a reasonable alternative for those short distances. Middle school kids are chronically challenging to get to follow the rules. So we can definitely keep an eye on things and see how it works in the field. once the signs are posted and schools are potentially back in session. But I think it appears that it's working in other cities from our observations and experiences in evaluating them.
So based on Ms. Nagaya's response, I'll support as well moving forward with the walk your bike signs and coming back to us on the 6th.
I'm supportive of the signs as well. Were there any other questions or comments for Ms. Nagaya?
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I did just want to share with the council, and I think we've talked about this a little bit before, but we are trying to give some of our employees an growth opportunities, and our stellar city clerk, Judy Heron, has stepped forward to volunteer to work with some of the merchants downtown with community development, to use her skills, her customer service skills, to help them understand some of our procedures in non-technical language. So I just want to let you know that she's going to be serving in that capacity, and that I really appreciate her willingness to take on this additional role. So thank you.
Thank you for the information. And thank you, Ms. Heron. Not sure how you have the capacity, but thank you.
Oh, because it's got to be done, so I'm more than happy to do it. So looking forward to it.
Glad to hear it. Okay, so that was item I, and now we'll move on to J, City Council Member reports. Are there any reports from any City Council members? Councilmember Mueller. I believe you're on mute.
Thank you. I just wanted to invite you all tomorrow night. I have a panel with the former retired fire chief of Cal OES. He's the former fire rescue chief, Kim Zagaris, and he's graciously agreed to share his time to talk about what we should be doing to prepare for the next wildfire in the region. We have a long way to go before wildfire season is over. And Menlo Park's fire chief, Harold Chapelhuman, has also agreed to be on that panel. So I think it's going to be a good discussion, and it's a rare opportunity to speak with an expert who has been responsible for response to many wildfires throughout the state.
Where and when?
It's on Zoom at 6:30, and I can forward you it's on next door, but the Zoom number, just in case you want it for the room, is 886-725-6392. I can't hear you. Sorry, Kat.
Making sure I wrote it down. That was 866-725-6392.
Yep, that's it.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the information, Councilmember Mueller. Are there any other reports, City Council member reports? I have actually a brief report because I am behind on a report, and this is on in Ms. Starla Jerome Robinson. If you could give me the proper name for the task force on the homeless encampment out on Bayfront.
I think you just used exactly the proper name, the City Council or the task force on the homeless encampment on Bayfront.
Okay, thank you. And I am behind on this report because there are a few emails that I received a few days ago that I am not caught up on. But my report out is that the last meeting that we had in August, we were able to convene, Councilmember Mueller and myself, the Caltrans, CHP, the county, Menlo Park Police Department, Menlo Park Fire District, and who am I forgetting? Our staff, Rhonda Kaufman and Samtrans were also on the call. There's a lot of people who own the property there. And so now the question that was sent to me in an email by a Caltrans representative is, would you like to send me an update regarding housing and the discussion for collaboration on relocation? The goal is to temporarily remove anyone living there so that there can be a debris cleanup, because that's the only way to do it comprehensively. And so one of the delays will be where do they go temporarily? And so that's kind of where we are at the moment. But I just wanted to make sure that I reported out since our meeting was in August last month, and I haven't reported out on it. And on that note, just a last call for council member reports. Councilmember Nash.
I actually have a request, and that's there is a JPA, which I don't know exactly the name of it. It's the Sea Level Rise and Resiliency JPA. And my understanding is they are doing some good work, and we do not have a council member on it, but I believe we do have staff on it. And so if we could start getting report outs from that JPA and what's happening there, that would be very beneficial.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. And Ms. Robinson, I believe you and I were on the call. This is the same JPA that we were on the call with the county manager, and I want to say this was maybe 2 months ago. Or am I mixing the two JPAs?
Well, so I think the sea level rise is a district, not a JPA, and they're looking for stable funding through a future bond measure or tax measure, but we are currently funding it, operational costs as part of other cities. But we can certainly try to put together, either get from them or put together an update for the council.
Thank you. And doesn't have to be, I mean, it can be informal, just like we're doing right now. It doesn't have to be a staff report or anything, just to start getting some information, because I'm hearing bits and pieces from people, and it would be beneficial to just get an official word. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Just to chime in to make sure I'm understanding, we're talking about the agency that Lynn Matterman is now the executive director of, the county sea level rise. Okay. So.
And are there any other council member reports or questions? Okay. Well, on that note, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you and good night.
Right.